Hello friends! Today we are gonna complete the full stack real estate application using React and Node.js. On the home page, we have a search bar where we can write the location and the price range. When I click here, it's gonna fetch all this data from the database based on our search query. Here we have a filter where we can change the options. On the right side, we have a map component displaying the locations of these items. We can navigate this map or zoom in. When I click on any item, it's gonna show the short information of that place. If you want to see the details, you can click here or select from the list. On the single page, we have all the information and the location, and we can view larger images by using this slider. And to send a message to the owner or save the place, we have to be logged in first. When I click here, it's gonna redirect me to the login page. If you don't have an account, you can create one using the registration page. Let's log in. If you don't write the correct credentials, it's gonna show this error. And after the login process, you can save the place. Let's see the profile page. I can log out or change the user information. We have an upload widget here. I can drag and drop any image, write an image address, or choose any storage provider. Let's choose from the computer and update our user information. Here we have our posts and saved posts. Let's create a new one. We have a text editor here, so we can change the description style. I'll add the other information. For the posts, we can choose multiple images. When I click here, it's gonna create the post and open the post page. As you realize, we have a notification here, and that means we have a message. When I click on that message, it's gonna remove the notification and show the chat component. This component allows us to send real-time messages. When I send a text, the receiver will see that immediately. To do that, we are gonna be using Socket.io. So you will learn how to send real-time events using socket connections. You'll also learn many different React concepts. To fetch data, we will not use any additional library. We will create a loader function and use it in the React router. When we visit this page, it's gonna automatically fetch the data like a server component. Moreover, we can use React suspense to show a loading indicator. For the backend, we will create our own API from scratch and use Prisma for the database operations. For this project, I used MongoDB, but thanks to Prisma, you can use any database provider you want without changing the query methods. For the authentication, we will be using JSON Web Token to encrypt our cookies, and after we will be able to verify the user authorization for each request. It's a great project to understand React and Node.js and start creating your own full-stack applications. Of course, it's not possible to handle all the features in one video, so if you are interested in mastering React, you can join the React Master course waitlist. Okay, if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, I created a new folder here, and inside this folder, I will create my backend server. But before that, let me show you my VS Code extensions. During this tutorial, we are gonna need two important extensions. You don't have to use them, but they are gonna make everything much easier. The first one is Console Ninja. It basically allows us to see our console log outputs on the VS Code, so we don't have to use our console or any browser. And since we are creating an API, it will be easier to see our requests and responses. You can use this feature for free, but I want to give a pro membership to some of my subscribers, so you can check its testing and debugging features as well. I will randomly select 10 people and send them the code. And the second one will be Prisma. In this tutorial, we are going to be using Prisma ORM for creating database, fetching data, adding new data. So using this extension, it will be easier to create our models and the types. Okay, let's close here and open up our folder. And inside this folder, let's create our API. And after that, I will create one more folder, and it's going to be our React application. We have already created our React app in the previous tutorial, so we are just going to download our design here. But before, let's take care of our API. Firstly, I'm going to create my main JavaScript file. Let's say app.js. It's going to be the file that we are going to run our Express app. Of course, before creating anything, we are going to need Node.js. To do that, I'm going to open up my terminal and my folder, and I will say npm init-y and enter. As you can see right now, there is a package.json, and in this file we can see all our dependencies, scripts, and configurations. In our project, we are going to be using module types, so I'm going to come here and say type, and it's going to be module. Basically, when we install any library or when we try to import any function, we will be able to use import a from B structure. If you don't use module, you have to import your files or functions like that, const a, require, and b. We don't want to do that. We are going to be using import export. And right now we are going to create our first dependency, and it's going to be Express.js. Let's say npm install express. Our library folder is here right now. Let's create our app. I'll say import express from express. To create our app, I'll say const app and express function. And that's all. Our app is ready. Of course, to run this app, we have to listen any port number. You can give here any number. I'm going to be using 8800, and after a callback function, and let's say console log server is running. Okay, we are ready to start our app. To do that, I will say node app.js. And as you can see, our server is running. But if I make any changes here, let's say console log test, and if I save, as you can see, nothing is happening because we just run our application once. It's not actually listening every single changes here. To prevent this, you can use third-party libraries like Nodemon. Just say npm install Nodemon, and after creating this library, you can say Nodemon app.js, and it's gonna listen every changes in your app, and it's gonna restart your server each time. But since we are using console ninja, we don't need that. I'm gonna close here. I will write here console ninja node watch. In this case, it's gonna listen our application, our changes, and the main file. And as you can see, our console outputs are here. If I make any changes and save the file, as you can see, it restarting our app, and our new output is here. So we don't need this terminal anymore. Let me shrink this menu. And let's create our first API endpoint. For example, when we visit localhost and the port number, and we will create our API endpoint, and let's say test. As you can see, it doesn't return anything because we are not using this endpoint. Let's use it. I will say app.use, let's say test, and when a user makes a request, we'll be able to take that request and send a response. Let's send a text response, send, and it works. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh, and as you can see, our output is here. Right now, using our React application, we can make some requests to our API. Let me show you the main structure of our application. Firstly, we have our client-side app, let's say React app, And also we have our backend server. I will say Express API. And we are going to send some requests from the React application. And according to this request, we are going to make our CRUD operations. It can be adding new user, fetching posts, deleting user information, or whatever it might be. To do that, we are going to need a database. We are going to have here MongoDB database. But we are not going to send our requests directly. Instead, we are going to be using Prisma ORM. Because if you want to use any other database provider, you can do it easily using Prisma. So when we try to make any database operation, firstly we are going to use Prisma and it's going to create the required query, get the information from the MongoDB, take it back and send it to the backend server. So this process will be our CRUD operations. So let's take a look at our MongoDB table. I'm going to create here my table. And inside this table, firstly, we are going to have the user collection. And each user should have a unique ID. It's going to be a string. And it's going to identify our user. Basically, I'm going to write here the primary key. Of course, we are not using a relational database. But anyway, we are going to connect our collections using their IDs. And we are going to have the username, email, avatar, and the created @date. And its type will be date. So let's do the same thing for the posts. We are going to have a post collection. Again, each post has an ID. And I'm going to delete here and paste my data. But remember, in the single post page, we are going to need more information. So instead of writing all the detail inside this post collection, we can create a new one. The post detail, and also as a user, we can save any post we want. To do that, we can create one more collection and it's going to be saved posts. We should store the user ID and the post ID. And if we want to send a message to other user, we need to create a chat collection. And inside these user IDs and seen by IDs arrays, we are going to store our user IDs. And each chat collection has multiple messages. Let's create our model and let's take care of the relations. Each user can have a multiple post. So we can use here our primary key and the relationship is one-to-many. And each post will have a post detail just like that. And a single user can save multiple posts. And each post can be saved multiple times. And finally, a single user can have multiple chats. And inside chat, we can have multiple messages. This is our main structure. Let's move this here. Database table. And using these models and relationships, we can fetch our data and send it to our API. And we can send them as a response. So this is the main structure of our application. But of course, we shouldn't send response for every request. For example, when a user tries to get another user's chat or tries to delete other users' post, we shouldn't let them. To do that, we should verify our user. But we are going to handle this after the authentication. We are going to separate our API endpoints. For example, for the authentication, we are going to be using the Auth endpoint and let's say register. And after creating the user, we will be able to log in, log out, And when we want to create a post, we are going to be using posts endpoint. And when we try to fetch all posts, again, it's going to be posts endpoint, but this is going to be a post request, and this is going to be a get request. And when we try to fetch any single post, we are going to pass here the post ID. We are going to find that post in the database using this ID and send it to the user. But as you can see, using all these endpoints and functions in the app.js is not a good idea. We are going to need a separate folder for this. So I'm going to come here and create a new folder, and it's going to be routes. And the first route will be auth route. Another one, user route. Post route. We are going to create some other routes, but for now it can stay like that. Let's choose one of them. It can be post, and I'm going to call here express rather. Const rather express.rather. Let's import express. And right now, using this rather, I can create my requests. For example, rather.get method, and let's write here test, again, request and response, console log, rather works. Right now I can use my rather inside the app.js. To do that, I'm gonna export this, export default, and rather. Let's use it here. Import rather from routes and post route. Actually, let's change this name, post route. And right now I can use it here. App.use, and I'm gonna write here my common endpoint, which is API. And when we visit posts, we are gonna call our post route. Let's say posts. Basically, when we visit localhost, the port number, API, and posts, it's gonna visit our post route. And if I say test, it's gonna run this function. Let's try API, posts, and test. As you can see, we are not returning anything. And here, rather works. This is how we create APIs using Express. If you want to make other requests, you can just change here, for example, post requests. When we update our items, we are going to be using put requests. And when we remove our items from the database, we are going to be using the delete request. This is the main structure. So right now we are ready to create our authentication requests. I'll create my rather and export. And right now we are gonna need 3 endpoints. The first one will be register, login, and logout. And they all are gonna be post requests, because we are going to get some information from the user. For example, here we are going to take the username, email, and password, and we are going to create a new user and save it to the MongoDB. And here again, we are going to take the username and password, and we are going to check the user. So basically, we are going to create some database functions. So what I'm going to do is create here a new folder, and it's going to be controllers. Let's create our authentication controller. And here I'm going to create my functions. Export const register request response and DB operations. We are going to create a new user. And 2 more is going to be login and log out. Right now I can use those functions in my route. In this case, we don't need those anymore. For the first one, I'm just gonna call my register function, login, and log out. And I will write here JS, and that's all. As you can see, it's much simpler right now. Everything is easier to see. We are just adding here our routes, and we are gonna handle everything in our controller. Let's test. I will just say console log, register endpoint. Of course, we have to use our route inside the app.js first. I will say auth route, and I'm gonna use it here. API, auth, and our route here. Okay, let's test. We are gonna be using this endpoint, and after this register endpoint. As you can see, cannot get because our request is post. Let's change it for the test purpose. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, we are not returning anything. If I come here, you are gonna see that it works. Okay. Let's take this back. And let's try to get some information from the user. To do that, we are gonna need a form here. But for now, we are not using our React app. In this case, to test our API, we are gonna be using Postman. If you don't have Postman, just download it. It's really easy to install. And after that, we are gonna create a new collection for our API. Let's write here a title, estate app, and inside, I'm gonna create a new folder. And it's gonna be Authentication. Let's create our first request. I will say add request. Let's say register. And I'm gonna write here my API URL, which is localhost 8800 API auth and register. It's gonna be a post method. And right now we can pass here some user information. I'm gonna choose body, raw, and we are gonna be using JSON object. And here we can send any information we want. For example, username, let's say John, email @gmail.com, and password. Let's write from 1 to 6. But how I'm gonna reach to this data? If you realize when we make request, we are using the body, so we can reach it using request and body. Let's try. I'm gonna send. Of course, we don't have any response. I'm gonna cancel. But if you check here, as you can see, our data is not here, it's undefined. The reason for that, our application is not allowing us to send any JSON object. To prevent this, I have to say app, use, express, and JSON. In this case, we can send our data. I'm gonna send, cancel, and our information is here. So using this information, we can create a new user. So let's destructure our data here. I will say const username, email, and password from request and body. And firstly, we have to hash our password because we are sending here a plain text. We shouldn't store this like that in our database. And after hashing the password, we are gonna create a new user and save it to the database. To do that, we are gonna need a library. Let's open up a new console here, and I will say npm install bcrypt. Let's import this here. Bcrypt from bcrypt. So I will say const hashed password bcrypt dot hash function, and we are going to pass here our password that comes from the user. You can write here any number. So using that number, it's going to generate a new password. So let's say 10, for example. But as you realize, it returns a promise. That means our function is an async function. Our main function should be async. In this case, we are going to await our hash function. And after that, let's see what we are going to have. I'm going to come back and send again. And as you can see, our password is not a plain text anymore. Instead, we are going to be using this encrypted password. So right now we have the username, email, and hashed password. So we are ready to save this user to our database. To do that, we are going to be using Prisma. So I will say npm install Prisma. Let's see how to use it. We are going to install our dependency, and after that, we have to initialize our Prisma. And for the provider, you can add any database you want. In our project, we are going to be using MongoDB. So let's come here and say MongoDB. As you can see, there is a new folder here, and inside we have our schema. And our database provider is MongoDB, and here we are going to add our database URL. As you can see, it uses the env file. If you open up, you are going to see this example database. Of course, we are not going to use it. We are going to be using our own MongoDB URL. Let's get rid of here and open up MongoDB. Okay, if you visit cloud.mongodb.com, you are going to see this page. Of course, you should be logged in first. After the login process, you can create your free cluster and choose here M0. You can give any cluster name. You can choose any provider and create deployment. It's gonna take a while, and during this process, let's take care of our database access. I'm gonna click here. Let me zoom in, by the way. As you can see, I already have a user here. If you don't have, just click here and create a new one. And inside, you are going to create a password. And after creating your database user, find the network access. Our list is empty. In this case, nobody is able to access our database. You can add here your IP address, or you can allow access from everywhere. I'm going to choose this one, but after deploying your application, you have to write here your server address. I will confirm, and let's come back. It's still deploying our changes. During this process, let's get our connection URL. To do that, I'm going to be using drivers. We are using Node.js. Our URL is here. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. This is my username for the password again. And at the end of the URL, you can add here any database table name. Let's say estate. I'm going to save. Let's check. It's ready to use. So let's create our user model. I'm gonna close everything here and open up the schema. And here I'm gonna create my first model, and it's gonna be the user model. And when we create a user, we are going to have a user ID, email, username, password. We can have a user image, let's say author, and the created at date. And I'm going to write their types here. Our ID will be a string. Again, string, username, password. Avatar will be our image URL. In this case, it's going to be string again. And for the created at date, it's going to be a date time. And right now we have to give some additional information. Firstly, I will say this ID will be the unique ID of my user model. And when we create a user, by default, it's going to generate an ID. When we use a relational database, you can leave it like that. But if you are using MongoDB, you have to add here map underscore ID and DB object ID. We are doing this because when we create a document inside MongoDB, by default, it creates ID using underscore. Basically, we are going to connect this MongoDB ID with our model ID using map. And after that, we are going to have an email. But be careful here, it has to be unique. Every user has a different email and username. It doesn't have to be unique. I'm going to come here and add a question mark because it can be empty. It's not required. And for the created at date, by default, we are going to add the current date using the now function. I'm going to use Option Shift F. As you can see, it looks much better right now. And this is our first model. So let's create a new user using this model. And when we do that, it's going to write it in our database. Let's try. I'm going to open up my controller and I'm going to come here and say, let's close here, by the way, const new user. Again, await. We are going to be using Prisma, but we don't have the Prisma client. Let's create inside API. I'll create a library folder and inside, let's say, Prisma.js, import Prisma client from Prisma client. Let's import this first. I'll say npm install Prisma client. Let's write it here. So I will say const Prisma new Prisma client. And finally, I can export this. Prisma. Okay, let's use it here right now. I'm gonna import. Don't forget writing here JavaScript. And I'm gonna call the user model and I'll say create. And I'm gonna add here my data. And it's going to be our username, email, and password. But be careful, we are not using this password. We are going to be using this hashed password. Let's add it here, just like that. Let's see what's inside our new user. Console log, new user. I'm going to come here and send a new request. Let's see. And our user is here. As you can see, this is the random ID. We don't have any image. And this is the created at date. Let's check our DB. I'm gonna browse collections. And as you can see, our user is here. Okay, right now I can send a response. I'll say response. Status is going to be 201, which is successfully created. And I'm going to send a JSON and let's send a message. User created successfully. Of course, we can encounter any error. To catch that error, we can use try catch block. Actually, I'm gonna wrap this password also because we are using await. So I will say try. I'm gonna wrap my async functions. And I will say catch. If there is an error, I'm gonna console log. And I'm gonna send an error message. Let's say status 500 JSON. And I'm gonna send a message. And it will say failed to create user. And that's all. Let's try again. If I send again, user created successfully, but there is a problem here. Again, it has created, but our username and email is not unique. That means our schema is not working. That's because we didn't save our changes. So whenever you make any changes on your Prisma schema, you have to open your terminal and write here npx prisma db and push. Okay, if you have any error here, make sure that you cleared your database. Actually, I'm gonna delete this too. Okay, my database is empty right now. I'm gonna run again. Perfect. Let's try to add new user. Perfect. And if I try again, as you can see, there is an error. There is a Prisma error and it says user email is not unique. Okay, perfect. Let's close here and this menu and let's take care of the login. Again, I'm gonna take the username and password from the user, const username password. It comes from request and body. And after that, let's write our steps. Firstly, I'm gonna check if the user exists or not. If the user exists. If not, we are gonna return an error. And if everything is okay, we are gonna check our user password. If the password is correct. And if the password is correct, finally, we are gonna generate a cookie token and send it to the user. And send to the user. Okay, these are our steps. Let's write here try catch block. If there is an error, console log and send a response. Status 500 JSON message failed to login. Here is gonna be error and let's try to find the user first. I will say const user await. I'm gonna call Prisma and my user model and I will say find unique because we are searching for only one user and I'm gonna pass here my condition. I will say where the username equals username that comes from the client. And since we are using the same name, I don't have to pass this here. I can use it like that. As you can see, there is an error because we didn't write here async. Okay, it's gonna find our user. If it doesn't exist, if there is no user, I'm gonna return a response status 404 and JSON, let's say user not found. But returning this message is not a good idea because we shouldn't let the people know that this user doesn't exist in our database. It's better to write here 401, which is not allowed, and invalid credentials. Okay. And what about if there is a user? Right now we are going to check our password. Remember, we are storing here our encrypted password. So we are going to take it and compare with this password. To do that, we are going to be using bcrypt compare method. Let's say const is password valid. And I will say await bcrypt compare, and we are going to pass here our user password. And we are going to compare the password inside our database. Remember, we have a user here, so we can use its password. And again, another condition, I'll say if password is not valid, again, we are going to return an error. It's going to be 401 and invalid credentials. And finally, if everything is okay, we are going to generate a cookie token. We are going to be using JWT, but before, let me show you how to set cookies. I will say response set header, and we are going to set cookie, and I'm going to write here the cookie name, let's say test, and pass here any value, let's say my value. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to come here and create a new request, and it's going to be login. Right now I have to write my API URL again, but we are going to create many requests here, so we shouldn't write this again and again. To prevent this, I'm going to come here. I will say edit and variables. Let's add a new variable, and it's going to be base URL. And it's going to be localhost, the port number, API, and I'm going to copy this and paste here, and I'm going to save. Right now, I will use curly bracket, and as you can see, our variable is here. And after, I'm going to write my login endpoint. So I can do the same thing here. By the way, I forgot auth. Let's add it here. Okay. So I don't need here anymore. I'm going to be using my URL. Okay. Let's come here again and send our user credentials. I will say username, John, and password. Let's change this username. It doesn't exist. I'm going to make this a post request and send. As you can see, our credentials are not correct. If I make this John but change here, again, it's not correct. And if I write the correct credentials, as you can see, we are not sending any response. Let's say success and try again. Okay, as you can see, there is a cookie here. If I click, you can see that my cookie name and its value. This is how we are setting cookies normally. But writing this like that is a little bit confusing because we are going to be using our JWT object, and also when we try to read our cookie, it's going to be harder. To prevent this, we are going to need a new library. So I will say npm install cookie parser. Let's open up our app.js and import it. Cookie parser from cookie parser. Let's use it here. app.use and cookie parser. Okay, right now it's much easier to set and read our cookies. So instead of this, I will say response cookie, let's say test2, and I'm gonna pass here whatever I want. And I can write here any options. To provide a security, I can say HTTP only. In this case, client-side JavaScript cannot access our cookie. And also I can write here secure, true. But in this case, our connection has to be HTTPS connection, but we are using localhost, so we cannot use it for now. But in the production mode, make sure that the secure is true. Okay, after that, let's send status 200 JSON login successful. Let's try. I'm gonna send. Our cookie is here. And HTTP only, secure is false. And as you can see, it expires whenever we close our session. To prevent this, you can give here any age. Let's say max age. And let's make this 1 week. Let's actually write here const age and 1 millisecond multiplied by 60, which means a minute, an hour, a day, and 7 days. Let's use it here. Okay, let's try again. I'm gonna send. As you can see, it ends after 1 week. So right now, instead of this test, let's create a JSON Web Token. To do that, we are going to be using JSON Web Token library, npm install JSON Web Token. Let's import it. I will say JWT from JSON Web Token. Let's create our token, JWT, the sign function, and we are going to pass here our user information. You can send anything you want. I want to send user ID, user.id. Remember, we are fetching our user from the database. We can use its ID and store it inside our token. Of course, it's not going to be visible. We have to hash this. To do that, we are going to be using a secret key. You can write here any secret key you want, but again, we are going to be using our env file. And let's write here JWT secret key. If you want to generate a secret key, you can write on your terminal open SSL random base 64 and 32. As you can see, there is a random generated password. I'm going to use it here. And let's use our secret key here. I'm going to delete this and I will say process env and JWT secret key. If I do that, it's not going to work because Node.js doesn't know if it's an env file or not. To prevent any possible error, you can install .env library, but we don't have to do that. There's an easier way. I'm gonna terminate my terminal here. If you remember, let me close this menu. We were using Console Ninja, Node, and our app name. And also, I'm gonna provide here my env file, writing env file, and I'm gonna pass here the path of my env. It's gonna be in this folder, so I will just say .env. And if you are not using Console Ninja, if you are using Nodemon, it's exactly the same. When you start your application, just add this env file flag. Okay, I'm gonna start. And right now, I can use my env file. Let's try. Again, I can use this maximum age. Let's move this here. And after this key, I will say expires in age. So after 1 week, we won't be able to use this token. It's gonna be expired. Okay, let's send this token. The cookie name will be token. and I'm gonna pass my token here. Let's see. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, this is our encrypted token. And inside this token, we have the user ID. So right now, when user makes a request, we can take this user token and we can decrypt that and take the user ID. So when a user tries to delete a post, we can check if the post belongs to them or not. If the user ID is different, we can send an error. This is the idea. So what about logout? How we can delete our token? It's really easy. I will just come here and I will say response clear cookie and the cookie name. And I'm gonna send a status, let's say 200, and JSON message. Logout successful. Let's see, I'm gonna create a new request. It's gonna be post, by the way. I will save. I'm gonna use my base URL and it's gonna be logout. Let's check our header. As you can see, our cookies are here because when we made this request, it has created our cookies. If I logout successful, and as you can see, my token is not here anymore. So we finished our API authentication. So let's try to use it in our React application. So right now we can restrict our user requests. To do that, after the login process, we are going to store our user information inside a cookie. And whenever we make a request, we are going to send this cookie to our API. And inside our API, we can decrypt this cookie and check our user information. And using that information, we can intercept our requests. So basically, we are going to have some routes, and some of those routes will be protected. To do that, we are going to be using a middleware. So when a user makes a request, we are going to take that cookie and we are going to verify our user. I said protected routes because when we try to fetch some posts or a single post, we are not going to run this middleware. Everyone is allowed to fetch that data, but if a user tries to delete some other user's post or chat, firstly, we are going to verify our JSON web token, and if it's not the correct user, we are going to directly return an error. In this case, we will not make any unnecessary database request. And also inside our React application, we are going to have some protected pages. Inside app, we are going to have our pages, or let's say routes. And some pages are protected and the others are the normal routes. So here is going to be layout. And here is going to be protected layout. So if we are not logged in, we are not going to see the pages inside this layout. So which pages we are going to have here? We are going to have the user profile page, user update page, and add new post page. So if we are not logged in, we are not going to see these pages. But even if we are not logged in, we can see the home page, the list page, the single page, login, and the register page. So after the login process, we are going to save our user, and to reach these pages, we are going to verify our user first. So this is our authentication structure. So I'm going to close everything here and open up my GitHub repository. If you remember, in the previous tutorial, we have created our React design, and right now I'm gonna download this project. Remember, we have 2 branches. I'm gonna download this completed version. Let's come back, open up our terminal. Let's open up our client folder, cd client, and I'm gonna download this project. Let's copy our URL. So I will say git clone single branch, and the branch name, which is completed, I'm gonna paste my URL, dot, and enter. Let's see. I'm gonna close here. And inside the client folder, as you can see, this is our React app. But we don't have our libraries. Let's install npm install, and it's here. Let's start npm run dev. Let's use this URL. And our app is here. Let's visit our register page. As you can see, we have username, email, and password inputs. So using this form, I'm gonna send my data to Express API. But how I'm gonna reach these data? Let's open up our component, source folder, routes, register, and register file. Let's close here. And in this form, I'm gonna create an event, and it's gonna be onSubmit event. Let's create a function, handle submit, and I'm gonna call it here. After React 19, we are not gonna use onSubmit event. We are gonna directly call our action, but it's still on beta. We cannot use it on production. It will probably come out this summer, but anyway, when React 19 comes out, we can update our project easily. Instead of this onSubmit, we are just gonna use action. And we will be able to use useFormState and useFormStatus hooks. But for now, let's stick to the React 18. Okay, as you can see, we have name, email, and password inputs. Using those names, I can reach my input data. To do that, I'm gonna create a form data, const form data, new form data, and I'm gonna pass here my event target. Basically, this represents our form, and since we are using form data, we will be able to use our inputs. And using their names, we can reach their values. Let's do that. I will say const username form data dot get and username. I will do the same thing for others, email and password. Let's see if everything is okay or not. I will say console log username, email and password. Let's write here something. john@gmail.com and from 1 to 6. I will register. As you can see, it refreshes our page. To prevent this, I will come here and say event prevent default. So it's not going to refresh our page. By the way, as you can see, our inputs are here. So we have our data. It means we are ready to send them to our database. To make a request to our API, we are going to need a library called Axios. So I will say npm install Axios. Let's use it here. I will say const response await. We are making a request. So don't forget to add here async. I'm going to be using Axios and we are making a post request. Remember our URL, localhost, our port number, API, authentication, and register. And we are going to pass our data, username, email, and password. Let's import Axios. Okay, it's not coming. Import Axios from Axios. Of course, we can have some error, so I'm gonna wrap this with try and catch. If there is an error, console log. And also, I'm gonna show this error somewhere here after this button. In this case, we are gonna need a use state, const error, set error, and use state hook. And at the beginning, it's gonna be an empty string. If there is an error, we are gonna set our state. But I'm gonna do this later. Let's first check if our request is working or not. I will just console log response.data. If everything is okay, it's gonna run here. If not, it's gonna run this error. Let's see. I'm gonna write credentials, any password here. I will register. And as you can see, there is an error because I forgot HTTP here. Let's try again. And this time we have a network error. That's because we don't let any client-side application to reach our API. Let's open up our app.js, and here we are gonna need another library. Let's open up our terminal. Let's create a new one. I'm gonna open my API and I will say npm install course. Let's call it here. Course from course. And here I'm gonna write my middleware. I will say use. We are gonna be using the course library. And we can pass here our client-side URL. Remember, it's localhost 5173. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. But also we can use it in our env file. Let's say client URL. Because when we deploy our application, we are gonna change here. And let's use it here. Process env and client URL. And also I'm gonna pass here credentials because remember we are gonna be using cookies. It's gonna allow us to send our cookie to client site. Let's see again. I will register. And we have an error because remember we already have this user. Let's create other one. I will say John 5 from 1 to 6. I'll register. And right now, user created successfully. And right now, instead of this console log, we can redirect our user to the login page. To do that, we are going to be using React rather than and use navigate hook. I'll say const navigate, use navigate, and using this hook, we can send our user to the login page. And if there is an error, we are going to set our state and pass here error response data.message. And I will say if there is an error, show it here. Let's create a span and I'm going to show my error here. Let's see, I'm going to try to add exactly the same user. Failed to create user. If I create something else, let's say 6. As you can see, we are on the login page. Of course, our password is too weak from 1 to 6, but anyway, we are just testing. So what about the login page? We are gonna do exactly the same thing, but after getting the user information, we are gonna store it in our browser. Let's do that. I'm gonna open up my login page. We'll do exactly the same thing here. I will copy and paste them here. Let's import them. Just like that. And on submit event, handle submit. And now we have just username and password. And again, I will say if there is an error, show it inside the span. By the way, you can give here any requirement like required minimum or maximum character, let's say 3, maximum, let's say 20, and here is gonna be required also. And one more thing we can do here. After clicking here, I can disable my button because we should wait until we get the response from the API. So I'm gonna create one more use state here, and it's gonna be is loading. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. When we start our submit event, it's gonna be true. And finally, if there's an error or if it's successful, it's gonna be false again. So let's write here our condition. It's gonna be disabled if is loading. Right now I can change my endpoint, but as you can see, this URL is too long and we are gonna make a lot of requests. So instead of writing this again and again, I can create my base URL and I can use only this ending part. If you remember, we have a library here. Let's create a new file, API request.js. So let's create our function, API request. We are going to be using Axios. I will say create. I'm going to pass here my base URL, HTTP, localhost, port number, and API. And we are going to be using cookies all the time. So I will say with credentials, and it's going to be true. So let's export this. Export default API request. Okay, let's use it here. Okay, I can't import. We don't need this anymore. I will say API request from library and API request. In this case, we don't need this long URL anymore. We are just going to be using auth and register. Of course, it's going to be login. And we are going to pass our username and password. We don't need this email. And if everything is okay, we are going to have the user information. Let's comment this out for now. By the way, I will do exactly the same thing for register. API request, host, and endpoint. Finally, set is loading, false. Of course, we don't have this yet. Let's create. Just like that. And we are going to disable our button. Is loading. Okay. So let's see what we have inside our response. I'm going to send my data, John, and my password. Oops, it's the wrong one, I think. Let's try. As you can see, from 1 to 6. Of course, we should remove this error after clicking here. I'm gonna close this menu. By the way, we have our data here, as you can see. Data message is login successful. Before that, let me set my error and it's gonna be an empty string again. Let's do the same thing here. Okay. Right now, if I click, it's gonna remove that, and our login process is successful. As you can see, our data is here. But instead of sending this message, I want to send my user information. Let's open up our controller. And here in the login, instead of sending this message, I'm gonna send my user information. But be careful. As you can see, it includes our password also, but we don't wanna send this. We are just gonna be sending our ID, email, and username. So I need to eliminate this password. To do that, I will come here and say const. We are gonna take the information from our user. Remember, this user comes from the database. And I will say, take the password and all the other information, user info. I can directly send this user info right now. Just like that. But remember, we have used here password, so it shouldn't be exactly the same name. So I can give here any other name, let's say user password. Okay, let's see right now. I'm gonna send. As you can see, we have disabled our button and it changed its style. And if I check here, you can see that inside data, we have ID, username, avatar, and created at. Right now, I can save this data to my local storage, but don't worry, when we make any request, we are not gonna be using that storage. It's just gonna show our username and avatar here. When we try to add new post or delete any post, we are gonna be using our cookie. So our application will be secure. So I can delete this right now, and I will say local storage, set item, user, and I'm gonna send my response data. But if you are using local storage, you have to send a string. You cannot send object. To do that, I'm gonna be using JSON stringify and pass here my data, response.data. And after that, finally, I can redirect my user to the home page. Let's see. I'm gonna open up my console and choose here application. And inside cookies, as you can see, we have the token. Actually, let's clear here. And also local storage, clear. And I'm gonna send again. As you can see, our user is here. We have all the information, and also we have our cookie, this token. To show our user information here, we can use the local storage, and when we make any request, we can use this token. It's that easy. So what about logout? We don't have any logout button here inside our profile. I can actually add it somewhere here. Let's open up our profile page. I'm gonna close everything here, open up profile page. If you remember, we have our user information here. After this username, email, I can create a button here. Let's see. Okay, I can give a style. Let's open up our profile page. Inside information, we have span, and after those spans, I'm gonna choose my button. Let's give it width. I'm gonna change the background color, and I'm gonna delete the border. Let's give a padding and change this color. Maybe too much. Okay, and also I'm gonna give cursor pointer and maybe border radius. Okay, perfect. So when I click on this button, I'm gonna make a request to API and delete my cookie and also clear my storage. Let's do that. I will say on click event, handle logout. Let's close here. Const handle logout, async, and try catch. If there is an error, show it here. And I will say const response API request. Again, post request, and the endpoint is logout. Let's import this. Library API request. Okay. And if everything is okay, again, I'm gonna redirect my user. Const navigate, use navigate hook. Navigate to the home page. And also I'm gonna clear my local storage, remove item and the item name. Let's see. I'm gonna click here. We are on the home page. If I open up my local storage, by the way, we don't have any cookie anymore, and we don't have any user. This is how it works. Right now we know how to authenticate our users, but what about the authorization? Let's see how to protect routes in our API. I'm gonna close everything here and open up my API folder. And inside routes, let's create here a test route. We can test everything here. And I'm gonna create my controller, test controller, and I'm gonna pass my router here. Just like that. In the first route, we have to be logged in, and in the second route, let's say we have to be an admin. Let's come here and copy them and paste here. We are gonna have two routes. Let's say should be logged in and should be admin. And when we call this route, I'm gonna call my function. Let's create first. Export const should be logged in. Request response. And one more, and it's gonna be should be admin. Let's call them here. Let's open this first, and I will say should be logged in. For here, should be admin. Okay, so let's take care of this controller first. When I visit API test and should be logged in, I have to verify my token first. Remember, it's inside our cookies. So I will say const token request cookies and token. If we are not logged in, we are not going to have any token. In this case, we can return an error. I will say if there is no token, return response status 401 JSON and let's say a message, and it's going to be not authenticated. And if we have a token, this time we have to verify that, because remember, when we log in, we are creating our token using this secret key, And also we have a time here. It might be expired or the user might change our JWT token. So we have to verify this first. I will say jwt.verify function. Of course, I have to import first JWT from JSON web token. And I'm going to pass here my token. To decrypt, again, we are going to be needing our JWT secret key. Process env our secret key. And I'm going to write here my callback function. It's an async function. And it's going to return us either an error or our user information. Remember, we set here our information. You can give any name you want here. Let's say payload, for example. And inside this function, I'm going to write my condition. I'll say if there's an error, that means our token is not valid. So I can return an error. And I can say, okay, you have a token, but it's not valid. And if everything is okay, response status 200 JSON message, you are authenticated. Let's test this. I'm going to open up my Postman, and here let's create a new folder. Let's create our first test. It's going to be protected route. I'm going to be using my base URL. Remember, test should be logged in. Let's check our header. As you can see, we don't have our cookie. So when I send this, there is a problem. Of course, I forgot JS here. Let's check here also. Okay. Okay. Let's see again. I'm gonna send not authenticated because we don't have our token. Let's log in. I'm gonna send. Let's come back. Send again. And you are authenticated. That's because our token is here. But if I come here and change my token, by the way, let's remove them. We don't need them. This is our JWT. If I add here 1, I will save. And let's send again. And token is not valid. 403 forbidden. This is what we want. What about role-based authorization? In our example, we don't have any admin property yet. But let's say when we log in, we are passing here is admin and true. Let's say we have a user and it's an admin. In this case, we are going to store this value inside JWT and we can check it here. Let's do exactly the same thing here. I'm going to close this menu. And right now, I should check one more thing here. Remember, we have the payload. And I will say, if payload is admin, if it's not admin, we are going to send another error. 403, and again, a message, and I will say, not authorized. Okay, we have a token and we are authenticated, but we are not an admin, so we cannot reach our data. Okay, let's log in again. Let's come back and it's gonna be, should be admin. I will send, you are authenticated. But if I change this to false, let's log out. Let's change here, by the way. and log in again. Right now, I'm gonna try to send my request, and as you can see, not authorized. It's that easy, guys. This is how we handle authentication and authorization. But in many requests, we are gonna need this verification. We have to verify our token first. For example, when we want to create a new post or update our profile for the chat functionality, basically we have to write this block again and again. To prevent this, we can use Express.js middleware. Let's come here and create a new folder. And I will say middleware. And inside, verify token. I'm gonna import JWT from JSON Web Token. And I'm gonna create my function. Export const verify token. We are gonna take request, response, but we are gonna need one more thing here, and it's gonna be next. I'm gonna explain this right now, don't worry. And inside, I'm gonna add exactly the same thing. I'll copy here and paste. Of course, it should be an arrow. And we are taking the cookie. We are checking our token. And after we are verifying our token here, if it's not correct, we are sending this message. And here, if the verification is completed, we can run the next process. And we can use this payload here. Remember, we have an ID inside. Right now, I'm gonna assign this ID inside my request. Let's say user ID. You can give any name you want here, and it's gonna be payload.id. Basically, Express.js middleware allows us to intercept any process, make your verifications, and after continue that process. For example, here in our route, when we make a request for this endpoint, it's gonna run our middleware first. It's gonna make our verification. If everything is correct, it's gonna run next, and that means you can run should be logged in. In this case, we don't need to add this block anymore, and what we can do here is we can reach our user ID, because inside middleware, we passed our user ID to request. Using request user ID, we can reach that value. I will say console log request and user ID, not response, request. I will save and let's see. Should be logged in. Let's log out first. Log out successful. Let's come back, log in, and not authenticated. And if we are logged in, I'm gonna send, come back, and send again. You are authenticated, and if you check here, you can see that your ID is here. This is so important because using this ID, we will verify our user. When we delete any post, we are gonna check the user ID of this post. If it equal to this ID, that means we are the owner of that post. In this case, we can delete. This is why we pass here our user ID. Okay, so I'm gonna close everything here. Right now, we can take care of our React application. As you can see, our user information is here. And also, when we open up our profile page, we are gonna see our information here. And if we are not logged in, we shouldn't see this page. Basically, we are gonna need this user information everywhere. So what we can do is, we can create React Context API, and we can store our user information there. And whenever we need it, we can just call use context hook and we can reach that data. And also we will create a function that we can update our user. For example, when we update our profile, we are going to change this user information immediately. So let's start and you are going to understand better. I'm going to come here. I will find the source folder and I will say context. And inside, let's say auth context.jsx. Let's create our context. I'll say export const auth context. Create context. It comes from React. And after that, we are going to create our context provider. Export const auth context provider. And we are going to pass in the children. And we are going to return our provider here. I will explain soon. Auth context.provider, and it's going to cover our children. Okay, so basically we are going to wrap our entire application with this provider, and if I pass here anything, we can reach that data inside any component or page. So basically we are going to have here our user information. Let's say const current user, set current user. I'm going to create my state here. When we visit our website, we are going to check our local storage, if there is user information or not. Remember that user information is a string, so I should transform that into an object. So I'm going to use JSON parse, local storage, get item, and user. So if there is a user in our local storage, we are going to use it. If not, it's going to be null. So if I send my user information here, we can use it everywhere. Let's test. I'm going to open up my home page. And I'm going to call my context. Use context. It comes from React. And we are going to call our context. Just like that. And right now we can call our current user. Just like that. And let's see what's inside. I'm going to come here. As you can see, there's a problem because we didn't wrap our application with this provider. To do that, you can open up your app.js or main.js and wrap your entire application with the provider. Auth context provider. Let's try again. Okay, our home page is here. Let's check. And as you can see, it's null. Let's log in. John, my password. I will log in. If I refresh the page, you are going to see that our user is here. But we shouldn't have to refresh our page all the time when we make any changes. So right now, instead of changing our local storage in the login page, we can handle that in our context. Let's come back. And I will create here a function. Const update user. We are going to take the user information and we are going to update our current user. And whenever our current user changes, we are going to update our local storage. To do that, we can use useEffect hook. Whenever our user changes, I'll call my local storage, set item, user will be, again, we should send a string. So I will say JSON stringify, and we are going to pass here our current user. In this case, we can use this function everywhere. Let's open up our login page. So we don't have to set this here anymore. Instead, we are going to use our update function, and our context is going to change our local storage. Let's do that. I'll do exactly the same thing here. I'm going to call my current user. Let's import them. Let me close this menu. Right now, I'll call my function update user, and I can use it here. We don't need this anymore. I'm gonna send my response data. Let's see. I'm gonna log out. Let's open up login, and let's check our storage. As you can see, it's null right now. If I say John and my password and login, as you can see, our user is here. So right now, when we update our user information, we can call this function and update our data easily. And we can use it everywhere. For example, in our navbar. Again, let's call our context and use our user information. I'm gonna copy this, open up my navbar. I'm gonna import use context and my authentication context. And again, we are gonna be using the current user. So we don't need this dummy data anymore. I'm gonna delete here. Use the current user's avatar, and if it doesn't exist, use no avatar. Let's check our public folder. Okay, we don't have. Let me edit here. Just like that. Okay, if we don't have any image, we are gonna use this avatar. And after that, I can update this username. And let's see. Okay, our username is here, but we don't have our image. It's the extension, I think. Okay, it's here. So right now, when we log out, again, I'm gonna update my user. So let's come here and close everything and open up our profile page. Let's call update user and current user. Use context hook and auth context. Let me import this. So right now, instead of removing this user information, I'm gonna make it null. To do that, I'm gonna be using my update user function and pass here null. By the way, we need here await. We are making a request and we don't need this response. And I can use this current user here. Again, if there is an avatar, use it. If not, use no avatar. And here is gonna be username. And here is gonna be email. Just like that. When I log out, we can see our links here. By the way, we don't have any link. Let's open up the navbar. Okay, I'll say login and register. So we can log in right now. And our user is here. Perfect. But how we are gonna protect our routes? For example, if we are not logged in, I'm gonna log out. And if I try to visit profile page, as you can see, we have an error here because we don't have our user, and that means we don't have the user information. So what we can do here, we can create a use effect and we can listen our current user. We can write here a condition. If current user doesn't exist, we can be redirected to the login page. In this case, we need to navigate here. And if there is a user, we can show our profile page. I will refresh. As you can see, we are in the login page. If I try to reach the profile, I cannot see it. But doing this again and again for each protected route is not a good idea. We shouldn't repeat ourselves. So what we can do is we can create new layout. If you remember, inside routes, we have a layout here and it wraps our entire application. But right now I'm gonna create another layout. Let's copy this. I'm gonna close my menu and I will say require auth. And I'm gonna call my current user. Let's copy this and paste. I'm gonna import them. And I'm gonna write my use effect here. And whenever current user changes, we can write our condition here. If there is no current user, we should be redirected to the login page. To do that, we can use React rather than navigate component to the login page. And if there is a user, we'll show our layout. Right now, I can separate my React rather than pages. If you remember, in our app.js, let's save here, by the way. I'm gonna open up app.js. And here we have our router and we wrap our pages with this layout. Right now, we are gonna need another one. So let's come here and write exactly the same thing. Path, the home page. I'm gonna add here my layout. By the way, I have to export this. As you can see, by default, it's a layout, but it's gonna be layout and require layout. Oops, not layout, it's auth. And I'm gonna write my children here. Firstly, let's decide which page requires to be logged in. Everybody can see home page, everybody can see list page, single page, but when it comes to profile page, I'm gonna cut this from here and paste it here. Let's give a comma. So basically, whatever we add here will be depending on our layout. By the way, let's open up profile page. We don't need this anymore. And here. Everything is gonna be handled by our layout. Let's see. I'm gonna visit my profile page. By the way, there is a problem here. Because of this import, it's not export default anymore. By the way, I think we don't need this use effect. We can directly write our condition here. If there is no current user, we are going to show this component. If not, our layout here. Let's see. Okay, we are in the login page. If I say profile, as you can see, it shows the login page. So I'm going to delete here. And this is how we protect our routes. Right now, we are going to add one more page here. Let's log in again. I'm going to open up the profile page. And when I click on this button, we are going to show the update page. And again, we have to be logged in to see that page. So I'm going to close everything here and open up my update page. But in the previous tutorial, I forgot adding that page here. So I quickly created a new one. And if I make any design changes, you can find it in the GitHub repository. So I will say profile update page. Let's create our page and CSS. Let's create our function. Remember how to do that. And inside, I'm just gonna paste my design and here. And let's see. Of course, we have to add it to app.js. I'm gonna add one more path here and it's gonna be profile and update. Just like that. Let's see. I will say update. Actually, we can fix this button. Let's open up profile page. And we have a button here. I'm gonna wrap this with React Router DOM link. And when we click on this link, it's gonna redirect us to profile and update. I will click and it's here. By the way, here is gonna be our user image. So we need to call our context. You already know how to do that. I'm gonna close here. And let's close here also. So let's call our function and current user here. I'm gonna import them. Okay, it's not coming. Let me copy and paste my path. I don't wanna waste time here. You already know how to do that. And for our inputs, we can use our information. For the username, I will say default value will be current user.username. So I can do the same thing for email. I will not use for password because remember, we are not storing our password. It's not on our browser. And for this image, I'm gonna be using current user.avatar. By the way, my path is not correct. Of course, it should be double level. Just like that. As you can see, our username and email. So when we don't touch them, they are gonna store our previous values. But if we change it, we are gonna update our username. But before, where is our image? Of course, we don't have an avatar. That means we need to use no avatar image. Just like that. And later, I'm gonna show you how to add image. To do that, we are gonna be using a library. But before, let's take care of our API. Let's close here. I'm gonna open up my menu. For now, I can close client. And here we have the user route. As you can see, it's empty. Let's copy this and paste here. And let's decide what we are gonna need. Firstly, we'll be able to fetch all users in our app. We are not gonna need that, but anyway, let me show you how to fetch multiple items. So it's gonna be get users. And also, we can get a single user. In this case, we should pass here the user ID. I'll say get user. Also, we can change our profiles. So it's gonna be a put method. Again, we are gonna need the user ID and update user. And finally, we can delete our profile. Delete user. Let's create our controller. user.controller export const get users async function request response, and let's try catch block for now. If there's an error, we are gonna console log, and after we are gonna return a response status 500 and our message here failed to get users. So I'm gonna create 3 more. It's gonna be get user, update user, and delete user. Okay, I can use them right now. I'm gonna import. Don't forget to add here JS. And right now we can use our middleware. When we fetch our user profile, we have to be logged in first. So I will say verify token. I will do the same thing for updating user and deleting user. Let's import middleware and verify token. And let's test our endpoints. I'll say console log, it works. And I'm gonna open up Postman and create a new folder. And it's gonna be users. The first request will be get users. I'm gonna call the base URL users. I'll save. Let's copy this and paste. It's gonna be single user, get user. In this case, we are gonna need a user ID here. Let's paste again. Update user. In this case, it's gonna be a put request. I'll save. And finally, delete user. Just like that. I will save. And let's fetch our users. I'm gonna send. As you can see, we cannot run our route because probably it's not in our app.js. Okay, as you can see, it's not here. I will say user route API users, and we are gonna pass our route here. Let's actually move this here. Okay, let's see it again. I'll send. Again, there's a problem, probably our extension. Okay, JS, verify token. Oh, it's not export default. Like that. Let's send. As you can see, it's sending our request. We don't have any response. But if I check here, I can see that our endpoint works. Perfect. So let's fetch our data from the database. It's really easy. I will just say const users await. I'm gonna call Prisma here from my library. I need to add JS here and the user model, and I'll say find many. We are gonna fetch multiple data and we don't have any condition here. I can directly send my users status 200 JSON and users. Let's see again. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, our users are here. As I said, we are not gonna use it in our application, but I just wanted to show you. So let's find a unique user. You already know that. I'm just gonna copy here and paste. This time we are gonna find unique, only one item, and inside I'm gonna write my condition where, and the user ID will be this ID. To get this ID, we are going to be using request params. ID equals request and params dot ID. Let's pass it here. ID equals ID, and since we are using exactly the same name, we don't need to write this. I'm just going to pass ID, and if everything is okay, we are going to pass this user. Let's take one of them. I'm going to take this ID. Let's come here. Let's try 1, 2, 3. By the way, not user, users. We have an error. There is no user. But if I pass my user ID, it's going to return my information. Again, we don't need that in our application because when we log in, we already fetch our information. I'm just showing how to fetch data using Prisma. And for update user, again, we are going to take the user ID, const ID. It comes from request params.id. And there is something important here. We are going to take the user ID from the cookie and we are going to compare this with this ID. If they are equal, that means we are the owner of that user, so we can update. Remember, we have passed our ID inside the token. Const token user ID. It's inside request and user ID. Let's remember again, when we verify our token, we just pass here the user ID, so we can use it here. So let's write our condition. If ID doesn't equal token user ID, it means we are not the owner. In this case, we can return a response status 403 JSON and message. Let's say not authorized. And after that, we are going to send our inputs using body. Let's make these users again. I'm going to choose raw and JSON. And let's say I want to update my username. Only username, nothing else. It was John, and it's going to be, let's say, updated John. So let's get this data. Remember, it's inside our body. Const, let's say body request.body. Let's separate them to see better. Okay, we are going to make some changes here, but before, let's try. I will say const updated user await prisma.user.update, and I'm going to write my condition here. Which user I'm going to update is going to be the user with this ID. And also I'm going to pass my data and I will say body. So let's see what we have inside. Console log, updated user. Actually, let's send this directly. Response, status, JSON, and updated user. Let's see. I will send not authorized because it's not our ID. Let's remember our user ID. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. Send. And as you can see, our username is updated John. Let's try email updated@gmail.com. Let's make this updated John 2. I will send. It's here. But what about password? If I try to add a password, let's say hello. It's not hashed anymore. So we have to be careful here. If we have a password, we have to hash it first. So what we can do here, I can separate my password and the other inputs, let's say inputs And I'm gonna write a condition here. I'll say if there's a password, hash it first. So I can create here a new variable, let's say updated password. It's gonna be null. And if we have a password inside the body, we can change it. Updated password will be await bcrypt dot hash. Remember how we are doing this. I'm gonna pass here my password and a salt. Let's import this. Okay. And right now I'm gonna change my data. Firstly, I'm gonna update whatever inside our inputs, but also I'm gonna need here a condition. If there is no password, we are not gonna add anything else. If we have, we are gonna update our password and it's gonna be this updated one. To write our condition, we can spread it like that and write our condition. I'll say if updated password, the password will be updated password. So if it's not null, it's gonna spread this object and it's gonna be password equals updated password. Let's try. I'm not gonna send any password here. Let's say 3 and updated 3. I will send. Our password is still hello, but if I say password test, I'm gonna send, and as you can see, it's hashed password. And I can do the same thing for avatar because in our application, in any case, we have the default value for username and email. Even if we don't change them, we are gonna send them like that, but our password can be empty. In this case, we shouldn't change it. And the same thing for our user image. If we don't change it, we are not gonna send anything. In this case, I should do exactly the same thing. I'm gonna also get my avatar here and write my condition. If there's an avatar, use it here. Okay, and let's take care of deleting user. It's really easy. Again, we are gonna need our ID and token ID. If they are not equal, we are gonna return an error. Just like that. We don't need anybody here. And I will say await Prisma user model delete, and I'm gonna pass my condition where and ID. And that's all. After that, we can return a response to 100 JSON message and user deleted. It's that easy. So let's see how to update our user on the client side. We are going to be using this endpoint. It's going to take our cookie and verify our token. And after that, it's going to take our request body and update the user. So let's close here, open up profile update page, and let's create our submit function. I'll say on submit, handle submit. Let's create this function, const handle submit. We don't want to refresh the page, so I will say prevent default. And I'm going to get the form data, const form data, new form data, and I'm going to pass here event target. So right now we can reach our inputs using their names, as you can see, name, email, and password. Const, let's structure them, username, email, and password. and I can get them using this form data. To do that, we are going to be using object from entries and pass here our form data. Remember, in the login page, we get our users just like that, form data, get, and whatever the name of that input here. And also, you don't have to do this one by one. You can directly use object from entries and form data, and you can destructure your inputs. Okay, it's going to be an async function. We'll make a request here. I'll say try catch. If there's an error, show it here. And also, I'm going to create here a state that we can show our error. Error set error. Use state. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And if there's an error, remember where is our error message? Response data.message. And let's try to update our user. I'll say const response. Remember, we have created API request function. We can use it. What was the name? Library. Okay, API request. It's going to be a put method, and I'm going to pass here my API URL, and I'll say users current user.id. And after that, we can pass our data, username, email, and password. Let's import this. API request from library and API request. And if everything is okay, we can update our user. Response.data, because remember, it returns our new information, so we can update our user and see it here immediately. Let's see, by the way, if there's an error. We can show it here. Let's log out first because we have changed our user in the Postman. I'm gonna log out, sign in again. What was the name? Updated John 3. Actually, let's make this John again. And password is test. Okay, let's open up the update page. I'm gonna update here. Let's send. Oops, what's going on? Okay, user is undefined. So we couldn't pass our information. Let's delete this. Refresh our page and log in again. Test. Okay, it doesn't work. It means we have updated our user, but we couldn't return that information. Let's write here console log and see what we have. Response.data. I'm gonna open my console. This is because we entered a wrong credential. I'm gonna remove here and let's say John 3. I'm gonna update. Okay, it says undefined because I forgot a wait here. Let's see again. I'll say for update. Okay, it's here. By the way, we have a password here, but we shouldn't send it. Remember how to eliminate our password here. I'm going to open up user controller. And I'm not going to send this user directly. Instead, I will separate my password and the others, let's say the rest of them, from updated user. So I can send REST here, but be careful here. We already have a password. We shouldn't create exactly the same name. So I'm gonna give here different name, user password. Okay. Let's see again. John 5, update. Okay, there's an error because we already have John 5. Let's say something different. And as you can see, we don't have our password anymore. Okay, so what about this image? I'm gonna refresh here. Of course, I can right now send my item here. Instead of this console log, I can update data. Let's try again. Last time I will update and our username is here. After updating, we can redirect the user. So I can use navigate hook, const navigate, use navigate. It comes from React CRUD, and I can use it here. Profile page. Let's try. I said last, but it was not the last time. Okay, update, and we are on the profile page. Okay, perfect. So let's take care of this image. If you watch my tutorials, you know I try to show different technologies like Firebase, File Stack, Cloudinary, but this time, instead of using an API, I want to use a React widget. There's an awesome solution for that. If you search for Cloudinary React, you are gonna see this page. Let's open up React image and video upload. As you can see, there is a button here. When I click on this button, it shows this component. Let's actually open up in Sandbox. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, there's an awesome component here that we can upload images from our computer, or we can add any web address. We can use any storage provider. So we can use this widget. Let's see what we have here. We are gonna have this upload widget component. I'll just directly copy and paste here. It just loads this widget from the Cloudinary and initialize our widget. Inside components, let's say upload widget. And I'm gonna paste it here. Let's change this name. It's gonna be upload widget. Okay. And after that, we are gonna use it on our profile page. Let's see what's inside app.js. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Let's scroll down. As you can see, our widget is here. And inside this component, we should send our configuration. We are gonna pass our cloud name, folder name. To do that, let's open up our account. Just visit cloudinary.com, and after the login process, you can see your console. I'm gonna zoom in, and here I'm gonna find settings, upload, and here we are gonna create an upload preset. Let's give it a name. I'll say estate. Sign-in mode will be unsigned, and I'm gonna save. Okay, our preset is here, and also you are gonna need your cloud name. As you can see, my cloud name is Lama Dev, so we are gonna use them. Let's open up our profile page, profile update page, and call our widget here after this image. And inside this widget, I'm gonna pass my configuration, and first one will be our cloud name, and it's gonna be Lama Dev. I'll pass my upload preset. It's gonna be estate. Multiple files will be false. We are going to add only one file. We can add maximum image size. Let's say 2 megabytes. And you can upload your images inside any specific folder. Let's say avatars. And after uploading image, we can update here. To do that, I'm going to store my avatar using useState. Let's say avatar, set avatar. The initial value will be current user.avatar. Of course, it should be after this current user. And I will use it here. And after uploading my file, I can set my avatar. So I'm going to pass my set state here. Set avatar. Let's get this as a prop. As you can see, after the uploading process, it shows our image result. Let's actually see that first, and after we can update our avatar. I'm going to open up my terminal. Let's choose any image from my computer. Okay, they are not user images, but anyway, let's try this one. And after uploading, as you can see, we have all the information we need to know. And here we have the image URL. Let's open up. And it's here. Perfect. Right now I can set my avatar. By the way, we don't need this. I will say set avatar, result info, and inside, remember, we have the secure URL. We can use it. Just like that. Let's see right now. I'm gonna upload again. Let's choose this one. And perfect. So right now, when we update our profile, I can also send this avatar image. Let's close here. And I will also send my avatar here. Oops, it's our form data. I'm gonna send it here. Okay. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh, upload new file. Let's make this John again. I'm gonna update, and perfect. Our image is here. By the way, let me check one more thing here. I'm gonna update my password. Let's see. Get user. Okay, it's here. 3f mvm. And if I send empty password, 3f nvm, I'm gonna send. Okay, it's still the same. It's not changing. This is what we want. Okay, right now we know how to update profile. So let's take care of our posts. Let's see what we need for the simple post information. We have the image, title, address, price, bedroom and bathroom number. And also we are gonna need our coordinates, because when we open up the list page, we are gonna see them on the map. So let's create our post model. I will close them and open up my Prisma schema. I'm gonna create a new model, and it's gonna be post. We are gonna have an ID again. We will have a title. It doesn't have to be unique. We are gonna have a price, let's say integer. We are gonna have an image, address, city, bedroom and bathroom numbers. It's going to be integer, of course. What else? Our coordinates. And as you can see, we have a type here. It should be buy or rent. And here is going to be another option, and it should be apartment, house, condo, or land. We cannot give anything else. To do that, we can create enum here. Let's say type. It can be only buy or rent. I can do the same thing for the property. Apartment, house, condo, or land. Let's use them here. We are going to have a type, and its type will be type. And the other one. And we are going to have a created at time, and there is something important here. Each post has a user. So I'm going to create here a user, and its type will be our user, and they are going to have a relationship between them. So how we are going to connect our post to user? Firstly, I'm going to need a user ID here. It's going to be a string. And remember, if you are using MongoDB, it should be DB and object ID. And right now, using this user ID, I can connect my post to user. To do that, I'm going to say fields user ID, and the reference in the user will be ID. This ID will be exactly the same ID. As you can see, there's a warning here because inside user model, we don't have our posts. So I'm going to come here and create posts and post array, because a single user can create multiple posts. Let me check this again. ID, title, price, image, date, time, default now. This user ID will be the user ID. Okay, I hope everything is correct. So I'm gonna save. Remember, after saving your schema, you have to come here and say npx, Prisma, db, and push. Okay, awesome. Right now we can create our post. Let me close here. And this schema, I'm gonna open up my post route, and let's create our routes. The first one will be router get. We are gonna get multiple posts, get posts, single post. We can create a new post. Let's say add post. We can update. Again, we are going to need ID, update post, and also delete. And when we create a post, we have to be authenticated. So I'm going to be using verify token middleware. And also when we update and delete the user. Let's import this. From middleware and verify token.js. Okay, let's create our controller. Post controller.js. Let's check our app.js if it's here or not. Okay, post route, API posts. Okay, it's here. Firstly, I'm going to call Prisma, and after that, let's create our first function. Get posts, async function. We are going to get the request, and we are going to send a response. And as always, to try catch. If there's an error, console log, and after, send a response. failed to get posts. And if everything is okay, I'll say response status to 100 and JSON, and we are going to pass something here. Let's create for others. Get posts, get post, add post, update post, and delete post. Okay. Let's call them here. I can import them right now. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna close my menu and let's get all posts. I will say const posts, await Prisma. I'm gonna use the post model. We are gonna fetch many items. After, we are gonna apply this filter, but for now, let's fetch all items and send it to the user. I'm gonna copy this, single post, find unique. Remember how we are doing this? We are taking the ID from the parameters, request.params, and we are gonna search for it. Where and ID. After that, we can send it to the user. When we create a new post, let's say const body, request.body, and also we are gonna need our user ID because remember in our schema, when we create a post, we have to pass here a user ID. Remember, it's inside our token. I'll say token user ID, request.user_id. After that, I'll say const new post, await Prisma post model and create. And inside, I'm gonna pass my data. I'll say take everything inside the body. Basically, it's gonna be title, image, all this information here. And also, I'm gonna pass my user ID. Just like that. And finally, I can send this new post. We are gonna take care of this later. Let's try to delete our post. Firstly, we are gonna need the post ID, request params.id, and our user ID, request.user_id, and after that, firstly, we should find our post, and after, we should check the user ID of that post. If it equals to our ID, that means we are the owner. So let's say const post, await Prisma post model, and find unique. I'm gonna pass here its ID. And after, I will write my condition here. If the user ID of this post doesn't equal my token user ID, that means I'm not the owner, and I'm gonna return an error. Let's say 403 JSON message not authorized. And after that, if everything is okay, we can delete our post. Await Prisma post model and delete. And again, I'm gonna write my condition here, where ID equals the post ID, just like that. And if everything is okay, we are gonna return a message that says post deleted. Okay. Let's create our endpoints on Postman. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'll say posts. new request, get posts, base URL, posts. I'm gonna save. Let's copy and paste. It's gonna be single post. I'm gonna pass here any post ID. I will save. Let's create another. Create post. It's gonna be a post method, just like that. Copy and paste. Two more. It's gonna be update post. Again, we are gonna need an ID here. Finally, delete post. Just like that. Let's get all posts. I'm gonna send. Okay, there is something wrong. Of course, after generation, I didn't start my app. Okay, server is running. I will send. As you can see, we don't have any post yet. Let's create. I'm gonna open up body, choose raw and JSON, and inside we are gonna have a title. Let me write quickly. I'm not gonna waste your time. Okay, I'm gonna send. And as you can see, our post is here. And this is our user ID. We have created ad and all this information. Let's add one more. I'm gonna change here. Title 2. Okay. And let's get ID of this post 2. Get post. I'm gonna paste my ID here. Okay, there's something wrong. Let's check. Of course, params.id. Let's check the others. Params ID. Okay. Perfect. Our post is here. And when we try to get all posts, it's going to return an array that includes all posts. Title 1, title 2. Okay, it works. Let's try to delete this one. Post deleted. Let's fetch again. And right now we have only title 1. Okay, it works. So for the list page, we are gonna fetch our posts. But remember, in the single page, we also need this information. To do that, I'm gonna create a new model and it's gonna be post details. Let's open up our Prisma schema. And after this post, I will say post detail. And again, I'm gonna create my ID. Let me close here. And after that, we are gonna have the post description. It's gonna be a string. What else? Utilities, path policy, and let's say income policy. I'm gonna change here. And after we are gonna have this size and the distance of these places. So let's write them. It's gonna be a string, but not required. We are gonna have path policy, income, size, and the places. Of course, they are gonna be integer, school, and size. And each post is gonna have a post detail. So let's add our relation, post model, and the relation. And the fields inside our model will be post ID. Let's add it here. Post ID will be a string db.object ID. And it should be unique. And the reference in the post model will be its ID. So let's add our detail here. Post detail, the post detail model. Okay. Of course, it's going to be fields, not field. So when we create a post, we need to create post detail also. Let's open up our controller. And I'm going to add my post detail here. Post detail. And right now I should separate my body. We are going to send the post fields and also post detail fields. What I mean by that? When we create a post, we are going to pass our post fields here. Let's create another object. I'll say post data and paste it here. And also post detail. And we are going to have description and other fields here. Let me create quickly. Just like that. In this case, our post data will be body.postData, and we are going to create post details, and we are going to pass body.postDetail. Remember, if you make any changes in your Prisma schema, you have to push it to your database. By the way, as you can see, we are using a single image here, but in our app, we are going to have multiple images. This is going to be the first image, second, third, and fourth. So instead of image, let's say images, and we are going to pass our string array. So let's change here. Images is going to be an array, and inside the first image and the others. Okay, let's delete this first one. Just like that. And after, I'm going to create my post with details. Let's push, terminate this, and I will say npx prisma db and push. Okay, let's run again and close here. And I'm going to send my data. There is something wrong. Okay, I forgot writing description. Oh, when I copy and paste, I added this multiple times. Let's remove. Okay, post data and post detail. I'm going to send. And perfect. So if I get my all posts, as you can see, it doesn't include our detail. This is what we want because when we fetch our data for the list page, we don't need to fetch details. We are going to fetch it only in this page. So when we make a request for the single item, single post, we need to see our post detail. And also, as you can see, we have a user here. We can send it also. We need its user image and username. So I'm going to close this menu and make some changes here. Firstly, I'm going to fetch my user. There is our get post here. So I will come here and include my post details and also the user. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to send. Our post data is here and also post detail and the user information. But as you can see, there's a password here. We are going to need only username and avatar. I'm going to create here an object and I'm going to select only username and the avatar. I'm going to save and let's see. I'm going to send my request. And we have username and avatar. Perfect. So what about our React application? Inside our profile, when I click on this button, we are going to see the Add New Post page. Let's create that. I'm gonna come here. Inside my routes, I'm gonna add a new page. Let's say new post page. My JSX and SCSS. I'm just gonna copy and paste my component here. Again, I forgot to design this in the previous lesson, but don't worry, there is nothing complex. We are just gonna create here a form, just like that. And my CSS. So let's open up our app.js and add here a new item. And it's gonna be, let's say, add, and I'm gonna call new post page. Let's see. I'm gonna add here a link. I will close everything, open up my profile page, and add here a link. Let's wrap our button and say, go to the add page. Let's click. Okay, we don't have our styles. Let's add this quickly. New post page .scss. Okay. And for the description, I'm not going to add here a text area. Instead, we are going to be using a library that we can style our text. So we are going to have here a toolbar that we can choose text type or text size, color, and also we will be able to add any link. So let's add our library. I'm going to open my console, create a new terminal, cd client, and I will say npm install React Quill. Okay, let's add it here. React Quill from React Quill. And using this component, we can show our text editor. Okay, as you can see, there is something wrong here because we didn't use its CSS file. Remember, same thing happened when we created our map. So we have to add here its CSS file, just like that. We are going to be using this theme. Let's add it here. And when we write anything inside this editor, we need to store it. So let's create here a useState hook. Value, set value. useState hook is going to be an empty string. And when we change anything inside our editor, we are going to update our state. Let's say on change and set value. And I'm going to add my value here. By the way, our description is here. I'm going to move this under my label. And let's see. Okay, perfect. So I can add here any text. I can make it bold, give an underline or any link. I can create a list, change this size here. Okay. So let's take all these inputs from our form. Remember how we are doing this. Inside form, I will say on submit, and let's say handle submit. I'm going to create my function here. I will say prevent default. Let's create our form data. New form data. And I'm going to pass my target here. Let's take all the inputs we have. Remember, in the login page, we get our data like that, but we have many inputs here. Instead of writing them one by one, I can directly say inputs, object from entries, and I'm going to pass my form data here. Let's make this lowercase. And let's see, console log inputs. I'm going to write something here, title. Description will be inside our value. Let's say city. any number here, and if I send, you can see our items here. So we are ready to send our inputs to database. To do that, it's going to be an async function, and I'm going to write here try catch block. If there is an error, console log, and after I'm going to create here a state error, set error, and I'm going to set my error here. Let's show our error after the button. If there is an error, create here a span and show my error. Okay. So right now we can make our API request. I'll say const response await. I'm going to call my API request function, and it's going to be a post request, posts, and pass here my data. But be careful here. I'm not going to directly send all my inputs because we also have a post detail. So we are going to have the post data and also post detail. So I'm going to send here all the data inputs and the post detail. Remember, description is here. It comes from our editor. But there is one more thing we need to add here, and it's going to be our images. Remember, it should be an array. Let's create one more state. Images, set images. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty array. And inside this write component, we are going to add our upload widget. This error is because we didn't add here anything. We are going to fix that. I'm going to find my site container and add my upload widget. Remember, it's inside our components. Here, we are going to use it just like that. And I'm going to pass my images here. Okay, it's here. And remember, we need to add multiple images. So inside our configuration, I'm going to say multiple, and it's going to be true. And also remember, we are passing our cloud name, upload preset, and maximum image size. Let's paste it here. It's not going to be false anymore. And let's say folder posts. If you want to, you can increase this size or just delete. And if you remember, inside upload widget, we sent here set avatar state, but it's just for the user information. So instead of set avatar, let's say set state. And after uploading our images, we are going to update our state. And we are going to take the previous value, create here an array, take the previous, and edit here a new one, which is this URL. In this case, we can create multiple images. So we have to update our profile page. It's not going to be set avatar, it's going to be set state. But in this situation, our state should be an array. So I need to remove this and write here an empty array. And when we upload any single image, it's going to be inside this array. Right now, I'm going to choose the first item. And I'm going to update my sidebar. Because remember, we are directly showing here an avatar. But instead, I'm going to show the first item. And I will say, if there is no avatar, show here the current avatar. And if it doesn't exist, show the no avatar image. Let's see. Okay. If I upload, let's add this image. And as you can see, it's here. Okay. So let's do the same thing here. when we have images, we can show them here. I will close this page, and inside new post page, I'm going to show my images. Images array map, and for each image, create here an image element and show the image. Of course, we need a unique key. In this case, I can use my index number. Okay, let's add our state here. Set state is going to be set images. And as you can see, they are here. Okay, awesome. Of course, this page looks a little bit ugly. If I make any changes for this page design, you can find it in the GitHub repository. And if everything is okay, we can be redirected to this single post page. To do that, we are going to need use navigate hook, const navigate, use navigate hook, and navigate to the single page, and I'm going to add here my post ID, response data.id. Okay. If we add a new post, it's going to automatically add our user ID. Let's check our controller again to make sure. As you can see, it comes from our token. And let's try. I'm gonna refresh, upload my files, title from client, any price here, address, description, and others. Let's add some random coordinates. Tenant is responsible. You must be rich. And let's write our size and other items. I will say add. And as you can see, we are in the single page. And this is our post ID. Let's test. Get posts. I'm going to send. And as you can see, title from client are images and other items. By the way, why it's -3? We can add here our conditions. I will say minimum 0. And here, actually, they can be minimum 1. If I add minus something, okay. So right now, we can fetch our data. Of course, we have many options here. We can use a library like React Query, but for the previous tutorials, we have already used it. For this tutorial, I want to teach you something new. To fetch our data, we are going to be using React Router DOM. Let's see its documentation. I'm going to open up the tutorial. And we already know how to add router and all our pages here. But this time, I'm going to show one more thing. And it's going to be loading data. So basically, we can create our loader function and we can fetch our post. And we can add this function to our router. So when we use the single page here, we can run our loader and it's going to automatically fetch our post and pass it to our page. Let's create and you are going to understand better. Firstly, I'm going to create a new file. Let's close everything here. And inside library, I will say loaders. Let's create our first loader. I will say export const single page loader. And we can pass here our page URL and also our parameter. And using that parameter, we can select our ID and make a GET request using that ID. So we can get request and also params. And our ID is inside this params. By the way, it's going to be an arrow function. And let's say const response await. In this case, it should be async. And I'm going to call my API request function, pass here my endpoint posts, and also we are going to add our post ID, params.id. We can use this ID because inside app router, let's see the single page. As you can see, our path is including this ID. This is how we can use it here. Let's import our API request function just like that. And I'm going to return my data. Response.data. So when we call our single page, we can use this loader. Like that. And to use it inside our page, we are going to be using useLoaderData function. Let's do that. I will save and open up my single page and call my response data here. Let's say post. Let's import this and let's see what we have inside. I will refresh my page. Let's come here and as you can see, our data is here. It's that easy, guys. You don't have to use any third-party library. You can handle everything with React Router DOM. So let's use it here. I'm going to pass my data here. We are going to be using post. Perfect. But for this user, remember, when we fetch a single post, it returns this user and also we have the post detail. So we are going to be using them here on the right side. So for the username and user image, we are going to be using post.user. For the description, we are going to be using post.postDetail. And I can write here a condition. If data.post.postDetail equals owner, right here, owner is responsible. If not, the tenant is responsible. Oops, not data. It's going to be directly post and post detail. For the path policy, again, I can do the same thing. If post.postDetail.path equals allowed, right here, path allowed. If not, not allowed. And let's change here. I'll say income policy post.detail.income. And I can change here. Let's copy this. Size, bedroom, but remember it's inside our post data, so I can use it directly like that. Bathroom and the distance. Post detail.school. Bus and restaurant. If you want to, you can change this method also. What you can say if it's more than 999, you can divide this value 1000 and write here kilometer. If it's not, you can use it directly. As you can see, it's not kilometer because it's less than 1000. By the way, we don't have our user here. Let's check. User.image and avatar. Okay, perfect. And we don't have our description here. It was description or just shortcut. Okay, it's here. But as you can see, it shows our HTML element here. But what we want is giving our styles and HTML elements inside this div. To do that, we can use dangerously set inner HTML. But if we are using this, you have to be careful. So we have to sanitize this value first. To do that, we are gonna need a library. Let's open up our console and I will say npm install DOM purify. Let's call it here. And right now I can sanitize my item. I'll say HTML DOM purify and sanitize. And right now I can write here my description. Post detail and description. Of course, we are gonna need double curly bracket here. And right now our description is a p tag. Okay, perfect. And also we can send our coordinate. If you remember, we are sending our post data here. So instead of this dummy data, I'm gonna send my post. Of course, we cannot see it here because our coordinates are different. Let's actually get the other post. Okay, we can use this one. So I'm gonna copy this ID, paste here. And again, it's not here, but if I zoom out, we can see our pin. But why this is happening? Let's open up our map. And as you can see, we are using our center here. And this center is the middle of UK. Let me refresh. As you can see, it's the middle. We are doing this because in the list page, we want to see the whole country. But in the single page, we need to see our coordinate here. To do that, I'm gonna write here a condition. Let me copy this and I'm gonna check the length of my items. And I will say if equals 1, it means we are in the single page because we are passing here only one item. In this case, we can use its coordinates. So I will say items, the first item, and our coordinate here. And I will do the same thing for the other coordinate. And if it's not a single item, we can use the center of the country. Let's see right now. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, it's here. And for the list page, the whole country. Okay, perfect. So right now we know how to fetch data, and later I'm gonna show you how you can add a loading indicator. But to understand that better, let's take care of our list page. Again, we are gonna be using a loader, but to fetch this data, we are gonna need our URL. Because when we search an item here, let's say London, minimum price, maximum price, and rent, when I click on this button, we are gonna update our URL and it's gonna be something like list, type will be rent, city will be London, minimum price 10, maximum price 1000. And using this query, we are going to fetch our data. Let's do that. I'm going to close everything here and open up my loaders. And I'm going to add one more loader here, and it's going to be list page loader. Before doing any request, let's see what's inside this value. I'm going to console log and call this on my app.js. Just like that. Let's import. And as you can see, inside request, we have our URL. So I can split this URL into two pieces, and I can take this part after this question mark. To do that, I will say const query equals request.url, and I'm going to be using the split method, and I'm going to split my URL using this question mark. And it's going to give me an array before this question mark and after this question mark, and we are going to take the second part. And right now I can send this query to my API. So I'll say posts question mark, and I'm going to add my query here. So let's see inside our controller, get posts, again const query, it comes from request and query. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh this page, and as you can see, these are our query items. So using them, I can write here a condition. I will say where, I'm gonna delete this by the way, and I can directly add here my query, but be careful. If we directly search for our items, as you can see, location is empty. By the way, it's gonna be city. We are gonna change it, and we don't have minimum and maximum price. In this case, we are gonna have a problem here. To prevent this, I will take my items if they exist. To do that, I will say city, for example, query.city. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be undefined. In this case, it's not gonna search for it. It's gonna fetch all cities. So I can do the same thing for others. For type, property, and what else we are searching? We have city type, we have minimum and maximum price, and also a bedroom. Let's say bedroom. And be careful, when you pass your query, it's gonna be a string, but we have to transform this into an integer. So I'll say parse integer and paste my value here. And for the price, I will say the price should be greater than the minimum price. Let's use parse int again, query.minimum price. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be, let's say, 0. And also it should be less than maximum price. And if it doesn't exist, let's say 10 million. So let's use our loader in the list page. Remember how we are doing this. We don't need this data anymore. I'm gonna be using use loader data hook. Let's say posts, use loader data. So I can remove this here and use my posts. And as you can see, they are here. Let's try to find this one. Minimum price will be, let's say 200, and the maximum price will be 400. I will enter. Okay, it's not here. Maybe type is by. Okay, it's here. And the bathroom is -3. We are gonna change it. It's not important. So this is gonna be our main structure. Let's handle this search bar. I will close them and open up my search bar. Remember, we have our query here, and using this function, we are able to change our type here, and also we are going to need our inputs. So let's create handle change function for them. For example, for this city, I will say on change event and handle change. I will do the same thing for others. And let's create our function. Const handle change event. And we are going to set our query again. And we are going to do exactly the same thing. We are not going to touch the previous items. We are just going to change the inputs we are writing. In this case, we can use their names. Remember, for each input, we have name, minimum price, maximum price, and city. Using those names, we can update their values. Event, target, and value. Okay. When I click on this button, it's going to send our inputs, but remember, these buttons are not inside our form. So instead of sending them like that, we can create here a link. Wrap this button. It comes from React Router DOM. Let's add it here. And I'm going to write here my URL. Firstly, we are going to go to the list page, and the type will be query.type and the others. Okay, let's see. By the way, since we changed our design, we cannot see our button properly. Let's open up CSS file. Where is our button? Here. So I will say the link is going to contain our button. And in this case, the flags will be here. Again, its background color will be this yellow color. Okay. And right now I'm going to center my item here. Display flags, align item center, justify content center. Okay, perfect. Let's try. I'm going to choose rent, London, 100, 1000. I'm going to send, and perfect. If I don't write anything, it's going to fetch all the posts we have. For our application, as you can see, loading is really fast, but imagine you have a heavy database. In this case, fetching operation might take a little bit longer. In this situation, we can show here any loading indicator. In this case, we are going to need React Router DOM defer. Let me search for it. It's here. Let's open up this guide. It says speed up the slow things. So basically, we are going to be using suspense component. When we visit our page, we will be able to see this navbar and this filter component. And we are going to show here any indicator. It can be a text or image or whatever you want. And it's going to be much better for the user experience. To do that inside our loader, as you can see, we are using this defer function and we are sending our promise. As you can see, there is no await here. And inside our component, using this suspense block, we can show any indicator, and React Router DOM is gonna await for our data. If there's an error, it's gonna show this element. And if everything is okay, if we have the data, we can show our list. This is the idea. So let's open up our loader, and I'm gonna remove this await, and instead of this data, I'm gonna return my promise. Defer. And let's say post response. And I will write here post promise. And I'm gonna send here. Let's import differ. And let's use suspense inside our list page. So right now I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna be using suspense. For the fallback, you can show any image or text. Let's just say loading. After I can change here. And again, if I change any design, you can find it in the GitHub repository. And after that, as you can see, we are going to resolve our promise. And if there is something wrong, we are going to show this text. If it's not, it's going to return our data and we can use our list map. So I'm going to copy here and paste. It comes from React Router DOM. We are going to resolve data.ourResponse here. Of course, we are using posts here. Let's say data. And if there's an error loading posts. And if we have the response, we can map through our post data and show our cards. Post response dot data. But before, actually, let's see what's inside. I will say console log post response. Post is not defined because we are using our map here. Let's refresh again. And as you can see, inside post response, we have a data array and it includes our posts. So we can use that array here. And we are going to return post response.data.map. And for each post inside, we are going to call our card component. And we are going to give here a unique key, post.id, and our post. Let's see our card. It was post or item. Okay, it's item. Let's see. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, loading is there. Let's make this process a little bit slower. I'm going to open up my post controller. And instead of sending this response immediately, I'm going to be using set timeout. Let's say send this after 3 seconds. And let's see. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, loading and they are here. It's that easy. I can do the same thing for this map. I will just copy here, paste, and instead of this map, I'm gonna send this component. In this case, again, post response.data. Let's see, I'm gonna refresh, loading, and perfect. But there's something important here. Deferred data works on only initial loading. So you can choose different options depending on your project. As I said, you can use React Query or any other library, but I just wanted to show you how easily you can fetch and load your data and suspense your components using React Router DOM. Okay. So let's take care of this filter. Let's write again, London, 100,000. I'm gonna search. Okay, our items are here. Right now, we don't need this actually. I will comment this out, but it can stay in the GitHub repository, so you can test it. And what I'm gonna do is taking my items from here and use them inside my filter. So we are gonna update here and these inputs. To do that, we can use React Router DOM use search params. Let's close everything and open up the filter. So I will say const search params and set search params. And they are going to come from useSearchParams hook. Let me import like that. And let's see what's inside our params. As you can see, we have 4 items inside our params, but how we are going to reach them? It's really easy. I will just say get. For example, let's take this city. And as you can see, it's London. Let's change here. Test. Perfect. By the way, it runs twice. That's because of our React strict mode. If you watched my use effect video, I'll explain this strict mode. So don't worry about here. It's running twice only in the development mode. Okay. So let's take all our items and paste inside our query state. Const query set query. I'll say use state. And we are going to have an object, and it's going to include all these items. Because when we make any changes, we have to update our state. And when I click on this button, using these query items, we are going to set our search params. And in this case, it's going to fetch new items. So I will say type search params dot get type. And if it doesn't exist, it's going to be an empty string. I will do the same thing for others. City, property, minimum price, maximum price, and bedroom number. Of course, they are going to be numbers, 0, 0, and 0. But remember, it shouldn't be 0, let's say 1. And for this one, let's say 10 million. Okay, so we will do exactly the same thing here. We will create handle change function, events, set query, event target dot name, and value. So let's use it for each input. For the city, on change, handle change, I'm going to copy this and paste for type, and for the others. Okay. If you want to, you can use useReducer hook. But anyway, we don't have that complex state here. We can use useState. If you want to learn how to use useReducer, you can watch my Fiverr clone video. But we don't need this here because we can change everything in one function. Okay. And when I click on this button, search button, let's say on click, handle filter. Let's create const handle filter. And we are just gonna set our search params using this query. So it's gonna take this object and transform that into a string and update our URL. Let's test. By the way, we should update our items first using this URL. So I'm going to come here for this London. I'll say query.city, just like that. And for inputs, I'm going to give some default values. For the city, default value will be, again, query city. Let's copy this. For the type, for others. Okay, our items are here. If I refresh the page, we can see them. So let's change here. I will say London. Actually, let's change here using our search params. Otherwise, it's going to update here whenever we write something. So using search params, I'm going to update this location, get and city. Okay, so if I search, of course, there is no place like that. Let's actually open up our list. It's going to fetch all our items, and I'm going to change this price, for example. Let's say 500. And the bedroom is 2. And perfect. This is how it works. If I say buy, again, 2 items. If I say 400, as you can see, only this item. Okay, perfect. And again, we cannot see it here because we don't have the correct coordinates. But if I say list, as you can see, we have only 1 item and it's title 2. Okay. By the way, we cannot see our images here. Let's open up our cart. As you can see, it's searching for the image, but remember, we are using images and we are going to take the first item. Okay, perfect. And what else we can do? Let's open up our single page. All the information is here, but when I click on this button, I want to save this place. To do that, we are going to need another model. Let's close here and open up Prisma. So what I'm going to do is create here a saved post model, and it's going to store our user ID and the post ID. Let's say saved post. Again, let's copy and paste this. We are going to have a user and post. User is going to be user ID, and the reference will be the ID inside the user model. So let's add our IDs, user ID and post ID. And if you want to, you can add here the created at date. Remember how we are doing this. We are taking the date time, and by default, it sets the current time. Let's do that. I'm not sure we are gonna need it, but anyway. And right now, I can use saved post inside my user and post. Each post can have multiple saved posts. And again, each user can have multiple saved posts. But we cannot create exactly the same saved post for same user ID and post. So I can write here unique user ID and post ID. So we cannot save exactly the same post. Okay, let's push our database. I'm gonna terminate this. npx prisma db push. Let's run it again. And let's create a new endpoint. Let's create a new router, and it's going to be a post request. And let's say save. We have to be logged in first. And let's say save post. Let's add it inside our controller. I will duplicate this and save post. Okay, so what we are gonna do here? Let's get rid of this and here. Firstly, we are going to take the post ID from the body, const post ID. It comes from request body and post ID. And also we are going to need our user token, user ID, const token user ID. Remember, it's inside our request. And after that, I'm going to try to find the saved post. Await, Prisma, saved post, find unique, where, and I'm going to search for the user ID, post ID, and we can pass here our user ID. It's going to be token user ID and also post ID, this ID. So we don't have to write it like that. And if this post is saved, when I click here, we are going to unsave. If it's not saved, we are going to save. So we are going to need a condition here. I'll say if saved post exists, that means we have already saved this post. In this case, we are going to delete it. Prisma saved post dot delete, where its ID will be saved post dot ID, and we are going to return a status 200 post removed from saved list. And I'll write else if it doesn't exist. In this case, we are going to create a new saved post. So let's say create, and we are going to pass our data. The user ID should be token user ID, and the post ID should be the post ID. And in this case, again, message and post saved. Okay, but when we fetch this single post, we don't know if we already saved this place or not. Again, we can open up our post controller, and inside get single post, we can check our user. But be careful, if you remember, we don't have to be logged in to see this page. Inside our route, as you can see, there is no verify token middleware here. So we need to take our token inside our controller and check if we are logged in or not. So after fetching this post, I will say let user ID and search for my token. Request cookie.token. If we don't have the token, that means we don't have any user. If token doesn't exist, the user ID should be null. And else, if we have a token, we have to verify. Remember how we are doing this, jwt.verify. Let's import this first, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Just like that. And we are gonna pass here our token and our secret key, jwt secret key. And it's gonna return us an error or our payload. And inside this payload, remember, we have the user ID. But again, I'm gonna create here if else block, and I will say if there's an error, again, user will be null. If not, that means we are authenticated and we can use our ID here. So user ID will be payload.id. If you want to, you can create a new function for this process inside your library, but we don't need this. We are going to use it only in post controller, only for this endpoint. So it can stay like that. And using this user ID, we can check if we saved the post or not. Let's say const saved, await prisma.saved post, and find unique. I'm gonna write my condition here. Again, user ID, post ID. Post ID will be this ID comes from request params. And the user ID will be this ID that comes from the token. And right now, I can pass here one more thing. So I will destructure this. We are going to send all the data, but also I'm going to send is saved. And if we have an item here, it's going to be true. If it's not, it's going to be false. Okay, let's open up our single page. And let's see what's inside post. I'm gonna refresh. Post data, detail and user, but we don't have our saved. There is something wrong here. Cannot read token. Because I said cookie, it's gonna be cookies. Let's write it like that actually. And let's try. And here we have the post data, post detail, user, and is saved is false. Okay, right now I can add here my function. When I click here, we are gonna call this save post function. Let's do that inside single page. I'm gonna delete this. And for this button, I will say on click. Handle save. And it's going to be an async function. We are going to make a request. So I'm going to be using try catch. If there's an error, console log. If you want to, you can create error state and show it to user. And I'm going to check one more thing here. Since we can see this page even if we are not logged in, when I click here, we are going to be redirected to the home page. To do that, we can use our current user. Remember how we are doing this. I'm going to be using use context hook and pass here authentication context. Let's import this. By the way, we don't need this data anymore. And if current user doesn't exist, I'm going to be using redirect and the login page. And after, if we have a user, finally, we can save or unsave our post. I will say await API request. It's going to be a post method and the endpoint is users and save. Let's see. User route and save. Okay. Let's import API request from our library. And we need to pass here our post ID. And it's going to be post.id. But how we are going to see that if it's saved or not? To do that, we can create a useState hook. Const saved, set saved. At the beginning, it's going to be our post.isSaved. And whenever I click on this button, I'm going to change my state. After React 19, we are going to do this using use optimistic hook. But since we are using 18, let's do this using the old way. Let's write here a note after React 19 update to use optimistic hook. Okay, so I will say take the previous value and write here the opposite. And if there is an error, we are going to take that back, just like this. And using this value, I can change my text and style. I will say if it's saved, right here, place saved. If it's not, save the place. Just like that. And also I can change its color if it's saved. Let's use inner style. And I will say background color. If it's saved, make it yellow. If it's not, make it white. Okay. I'm gonna click here. As you can see, place saved. There is no error because it's still the same. And if I refresh the page, you are gonna see that it's saved. Okay, perfect. And one more thing we need to do in the profile page. As you can see, there is an error because in our profile page, remember, we are using this list component, and inside this list component, we are still using this dummy data. And inside this data, we don't have images array. We are still using the old one. But if I make them images again, just like that, there will be no problem. But anyway, we are not gonna use this dummy data anymore. Instead, we are gonna fetch our data using loader. Remember how we are doing this. I'm gonna close everything, open up loader, and let's create one more. And I will say profile page loader. We are not gonna need request and params or this query. I will just say users. Let's remove here. And let's say profile posts. And using this endpoint, we can fetch our posts and our saved posts. Let's open up our endpoint here. And I'm gonna create one more route, and it's gonna be a get request. Let's say profile posts. We need to be logged in, and let's say profile posts. But again, as you can see, when we fetch a single user, we are using its ID. In this case, there will be a conflict. It's going to take this as a user ID. To prevent this, you can write here search, or even you can comment this out, because anyway, we are not fetching any single user. When we log in, we are going to fetch this using the authentication route. Okay, let's create our function inside controller. So let's say export. Actually, I will just copy and paste this. I don't want to waste time. And it's going to be profile posts. We are going to take the user ID. Let's say token user ID for the consistency. Request params and user ID. And after that, we are going to search for our posts and also the saved posts. User posts, await Prisma posts, find many. By the way, it's going to be singular. And where the user ID equals the token user ID. So they are going to be our posts. And I'm going to create one more. And we are going to search for saved posts. And let's say saved, where user ID should be token user ID. And in this case, it's going to return its ID, user ID, and post ID, and this date. But we want also this post, because we are going to show it here. To do that, we can use include and pass here post, and it's going to be true. But again, we don't need this saved post. We are going to need only this post object. So I can map through my item. Let's say saved posts. Take this saved array search for each item and return only the post inside this post. Basically, it's going to return us the post array and we can send it. Firstly, we are going to send our posts, my list, and after saved posts. Just like that. And if there's an error, fail to get profile posts. Okay, right now we can use our loader. I'm going to copy this, open up my app.js. Let's close this menu and find our profile page here. I will say loader and profile page loader. So let's do exactly the same thing as we did for the list page. I'm going to take my data. Where is our profile page? Let's open up. I'm going to get my data here using this hook. And after, we are going to be using suspense and wait for our list. So let's come here. I will paste. Let's import suspense and await. And instead of this map, we are going to show our list. And we can pass our data here. So let's say posts. And remember, inside this response, we have a data. And inside this data, we have two items. User posts and saved posts. The first one will be user posts. And I will do the same thing for the other list, just like that. And it's going to be saved posts. So let's take this as a prop inside our component. And right now, instead of this dummy data, we are going to be using our posts. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, the posts that we have created and the saved list. If I come here and unsave, let's open up profile and it's not here anymore. Let's add this one, save the place, open up our profile, and it's here. Perfect. Of course, we can improve our application. We can add save functionality for this button, or we can add some more information for the user. But anyway, this tutorial is already too long. But if you want to learn a complete application from scratch using type safety, using all the functionalities, all the optimization features, security, pagination, and other features, you can join the React course waitlist. I'm going to create an awesome course for you that you can create a real-world application from scratch. Okay, so we finished data fetching and other CRUD operations. So let's take care of these chat messages. I'm going to close them. To do that, I'm going to open up my Prisma schema and create my new models. The first one will be chat model. Again, we are going to have an ID, created at date, and here, let's decide what we are going to have. In a chat model, we are going to have two users, me and the other user. And also, each chat has multiple messages inside. And as you can see, we have here the last message. And to handle this notification, we are going to create the seen by field. Basically, when we open our chat, we are going to see all the messages. So we are going to remove this notification. Let's do that. Firstly, I will say users. We are going to have multiple users. And also, each user has multiple chat collection. Let's actually move this to here so we can see better. And if I say chats and chat array, and here is going to be user array. As you can see, there's a problem here because we cannot define many-to-many relations like that in the MongoDB. Let's check the documentation. I'm gonna copy this URL and paste here. If you want to add this relation, I'm gonna zoom in. You should have here your model IDs, and you should do the same thing for the other model. In this case, I'm gonna add here user IDs. It's gonna be a string array. And inside this array, we are gonna collect our user IDs. That means it's gonna be object ID. So I will do the same thing for this chat array. I will say chat IDs, string array, db object ID. Right now I can write my relation fields. I'm gonna choose chat IDs, and the reference point in the chat model will be ID. Let's do the same thing here. We are gonna search for user IDs, and those IDs will be this user ID. And also I will say seen by, and we are gonna store our user IDs again. So let's say db.objectID. And finally, I'm going to create my message model. And again, we are going to have ID and created at. And also we are going to have our texts and the sender ID. So let's say text is going to be a string, user ID, again, string, and each chat can have multiple messages. So I will say chat, and I'm going to write here my relation. Fields inside the message model will be chat ID. Let's create. It's going to be a string, and the reference will be ID, our chat ID. Let's add our messages here. Message array, just like that. And remember, we are going to have here this last message. It's going to be a string, but not required, because when we create our chat, we are not going to have any last message. When we write anything here, we are going to update our chat. Okay, let's push our DB. I'm going to open my console. Inside API, I will say npx prisma db push. Okay, let's run it again. And right now I can create my routes and controllers. I will just copy this user route. This is gonna be chat route, and this is gonna be message. Let's call them inside our app.js. I'm gonna duplicate here, and it's gonna be chat and message. So I can use them right now. Chat and message. Of course, plural, just like that. Okay, let's decide what we are gonna have. Firstly, I'm gonna update here. And when we open our profile page, we will be able to fetch all these chats. So it's going to be a get method. I'm going to be using my verify token middleware because we have to be logged in first. And I will say get chats. And also we can get a single chat. So that's right here, ID. And we are going to have a post method that we can create a new chat. Let's say save chat or add chat, and one more post method, and it's gonna be read. When we open our chat, we are gonna automatically run this endpoint, and we are gonna read that chat. Okay, let's call them here. And read chat. Let's create them. I'll open up my controller. Let's again copy and paste this. Chat controller and okay. Let's close them for now. We are not gonna need bcrypt. The first one will be get chats. I'll delete here. Let's say failed to get chats. I'm gonna delete the rest and duplicate this function. And it's gonna be get chat, add chat, and read chat. Okay, so let's get our user ID from the token user ID request.user ID. And using this ID, we can fetch all the chats we have. So I'm gonna come here and say const chats, await Prisma, the chat model. We are gonna find many, and I'm gonna write here my condition. If you remember, we have user IDs and it's an array. So we can search for our user ID using hasSum method. And we are going to pass here our ID. By the way, it should be uppercased. Okay, so let's see what we have here. I'm going to open up Postman and create my new endpoint. And it's going to be chats. New request, get chats, base URL and chats. I will save and create a new one. It's gonna be get chat. We are gonna add here any ID. Let's copy and paste. It's gonna be add chat. And the method will be a post method. I will save. And finally, read chat. And the endpoint is read and the chat ID. Actually, we are gonna update our chat. So it should be put or patch. Let's change here. Okay. And I'm gonna create one more folder and it's gonna be messages. And I will say add message. Before handling chat, let's create this quickly. It's really easy. We are just going to have one request and it's going to be add message. Let's delete all. We are just going to have one post method and it's going to be add new message. Let's change here and add this function into our controller. Let's delete all of them and change the name. Okay, so let's test our chats. Firstly, I'm gonna log in. Okay. After, we are gonna get all chats. As you can see, it's empty. Right now, I'm gonna try to add new one. I will choose body and JSON here. And remember what we have. I'm gonna open up my schema. When we create a chat, we are gonna need user IDs. The first user ID will be our user ID, and the second one will be the receiver ID. They are gonna be empty, so we need to pass only receiver ID, nothing else. So let's say receiver ID, and let's pass here another user's ID. For example, this one. Okay, so let's take this receiver ID and create our chat. I will close everything, open up my controller, and I will come here. Again, we are gonna need the user ID, token user ID, and I will say const new chat, await Prisma, chat model, create, and inside data, I'm going to be using user IDs. And inside this array, we are going to have our ID, which is token user ID, and the other one will be this receiver ID. So I will say request body and receiver ID. After creating that, we can return. Let's try. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, it's here. And seen by and last message is empty, and we don't have any messages inside. Okay, so let's try to get this chat, this single chat. What was that ID? I'm gonna copy this and paste here. And let's come back. I'm gonna be using my user ID again. Let's actually separate them. And using this ID, I can fetch a single chat. Prisma chat, I'll say find unique. And I will say where the chat ID should be this given ID. Remember how we are using this. Request params dot ID. But also we have to check our user ID, otherwise everyone can fetch this data. To prevent this, I will say user IDs has some, and I'm gonna pass here my user ID. Let's send this. Just like that. But in our example, when we open a chat, we should see all these messages. And as soon as I open this chat, I'm gonna update seen by array. Let's do that. Firstly, we are gonna add our messages. To do that, we can use include, and it's gonna be messages. And also you can give here any option like order by, and I will use created at, and it's gonna return us the latest messages. Okay, after that we are gonna update our chat. Await Prisma chat and update. I'm gonna write my condition. The chat ID will be request params dot ID, and the data will be seen by, and I'm gonna add my user ID. To do that, we are gonna be using the set method, and it's gonna push our token user ID inside this array. Okay, let's try again. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, we don't have any messages, and seen by array includes our user ID. Okay, and finally, let's take care of read chat. I'm gonna take my user ID, and again I'll update my chat, const chat or updated chat, whatever you say. Await Prisma chat update method, and let's write our condition. ID should be request params ID, and again we have to make sure that it includes our user ID. User IDs has some, and I'm gonna pass here my ID. Okay, let's update this. I'm gonna pass a data here, and I'm gonna update the seen by array, and I'll push my user ID. Okay, let's send this chat, or you can send any message, and let's take care of messages. We have only one function here. I'm gonna get my user ID, and remember what we have inside. We have the text, sender ID, and the chat ID. We are taking this chat ID from request and params. Let's actually write it here. Chat ID. It comes from request params and chat ID. Let me check first if I add this or not. Okay, we need to add here the chat ID. And also we are gonna need our text. Let's say request, body, and text. Okay. So firstly, we need to check if this chat belongs to us or not. So I will say const chat, await Prisma, find unique, where the ID should be the chat ID. And again, to provide the security, it's gonna include our user ID. Okay. And if it doesn't exist, we can return an error. Response status, let's say 404. Chat not found. And if it exists, finally we can create our message. Prisma message model create, and I'm gonna pass my data, and it's gonna be the text, the chat ID, and the user ID, and it's gonna be our ID, just like that. And when we send a message here, we need to update the seen by array because we don't know if the other user sees our message or not. In this case, seen by array is going to include only our ID. So I need to create here one more function. Chat update. Again, I'm going to pass here the chat ID. And I'm gonna update the seen by array, and it's gonna be only our user ID. As you realize, I didn't say set, because if I say set, it's gonna push my ID, but I'm gonna directly pass this array, so it's gonna remove the other user's ID. And also we are gonna update this last message, and it's gonna be text. Okay. Finally, I can return this message. And we are going to take that message and add it here. Okay, I hope everything is okay. Let's actually try. I'm going to choose this chat ID. And we are going to pass here the text, first message, and here is going to be our chat ID. Let's send, and perfect. This is the sender ID, this is the chat ID. So we can use this object to show our message. And if you check our chat, we are going to see our messages, and the latest message is first message. Perfect. Everything is ready right now. I'm gonna save here and let's try. I will close my tabs and open up my client application. I'm gonna open up library. If you remember, when we open up our profile page, we are fetching only our posts. Right now, I'm gonna add one more promise, and it's gonna be chat promise. And we are going to fetch all the chats we have. In this case, I can add here my promise, and it's going to be chat response. Let's use it in our page. I'm going to open up profile page. We have the data here, and remember how we are using suspense and await. And I can do the same thing for this chat component. Right now, I'm gonna add my suspense block here, and this time we are gonna fetch the chat response. If there is an error, we will say error loading chats. We are gonna get our response and show our chat component. I'm gonna move this here, and let's pass our data. Let's say chats, chat response dot data. In this case, we can use this probe inside our component, just like that. And let's see what we have. As you can see, chat array, and it includes all our chats. We have only one. But there's a problem here. We also need this user image and its name. If you want to, you can use this array. You can fetch your user information in this component, but let's handle everything inside our controller. So when we fetch our posts, it's the user. I'm gonna find chat. So when we fetch our chats, we need to add our user information also. So we are gonna need here a loop. Let's use a for loop. Chat of chats. Remember, inside chat, there is a user IDs array. Using this array, we can find the other user. So let's say const receiver ID. I'm gonna find user IDs. And I'm gonna check each ID inside this user IDs array. And I will write here my condition. And it shouldn't be our token user ID. Remember, it includes two IDs. And if it's not our ID, that means it's the other user. And using this receiver ID, we can fetch the user information. So let's say receiver await. I'm gonna be using the user model, find unique. Let's write our condition, and the user ID should be this receiver ID. And if I do that, it's gonna return all the information, but we are gonna need only this image and username. So I'm gonna use select. We can also fetch the user ID, username, and the avatar. Right now, I can add this information to my chats object. So I will say chat.receiver equals this receiver. Okay. Let's see again. I'm gonna refresh. And right now we have the receiver. Okay, perfect. So instead of this dummy data, we can show all the chats we have. Let's remove here and all the messages here. I'm just gonna leave this last one. Let's use our array. I will say chats map, and for each chat inside, we are gonna return this div. I'm gonna add here quickly the unique ID. It's gonna be chat ID, and I will write here my condition. If chat receiver has an avatar, use it. If it's not, use our no avatar PNG. What was the name? Okay, it's not PNG. Okay. By the way, it's not chat, it's C. And we can use the user ID. Sorry, username. And here is gonna be the last message. Okay, by the way, I removed my state by mistake. Chat, set chat, use state, and let's say false. We are gonna change it later. I'm gonna refresh, and as you can see, our message is here. And also I can change my style. To do that, let's use inner style. Style, I will say background color. If seen by includes our user ID, In this case, we are gonna need the current user. Remember, it's inside our context. Use context and auth context. Okay, let's use our ID here. If it includes, it can be white. If we didn't see the last message, it's gonna be yellow. Let me copy and paste. Just like that. Of course, we have already read this message. It's gonna be white. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is when I click here, I'm gonna open up my chat component. So let's write here an onClick event. And let's say handle open chat. Handle open chat is going to be an async function. We are going to take the chat ID, and using that ID, we are going to make a request. In this case, we have to pass here our chat ID. So I'm going to create try catch block. If there's an error, just console log. And I'm going to try to find a single chat. So I will say const response await. I'm going to call the API request. The endpoint will be chats. And we are going to pass here the chat ID. Remember, we are fetching a single chat. And after finding our chat, we can update this state. So let's say set chat response.data. But remember, there is something important here. If I say true, as you can see, we are gonna need this avatar and username again. If you want to, you can handle this in the backend, but since we already fetched our user here, we can use this. So I can pass here also chat.receiver. And let's add it here. So I will say take everything inside this data and also add here the receiver. Okay, so at the beginning it can be null. And when we click on any message here, we are gonna open. Let's click. Perfect. Right now we can use our information here. Let's choose this chat. And here I can update my user. If chat receiver has an avatar, use it. If not, use our no avatar image. Okay, it works. Let's change here. Perfect. And I'm gonna update my messages. Right now I can delete them. And I'm gonna leave only one of these divs. Let's create our loop here. I will say chat messages dot map, and for each message call this div. Let's give our unique ID message.id, and let's update our text message.text. And remember, we have the created at date, but how we are gonna transform that into this format? To do that, we can use a library. Let's open up a new terminal here. cd client, and I'll say npm install timeago.js. We are gonna be using its format method. And I will say format, and inside let's pass our date message.created at, and that's all. Let's see. I'm gonna open, and perfect. And for the style, we are gonna have a condition. If this message belongs to us, it's gonna be on the right side. If not, it's gonna be on the left side. If you remember, we were using this subclass name, but instead let's use a style because we are working with a state. I will say style align self, and let's write our condition. If message.userID equals our user ID, it's gonna be at the end, flags end. If not, it's gonna be flag start. And I'm gonna add one more, and it's gonna be text align. If it's our message, it's gonna be on the right. If not, it's gonna be on the left. Okay, nothing has changed. But if I change here, as you can see, it's on the left. Okay, it works. Right now we can send a message using this form. It's not a form, let's change it. And I'll say on submit. And let's create a function called handle submit. If you are using form inputs, you need to give here a name, remember, and let's say text. Let's create our function. Const handle submit. Again, async event. I'm gonna prevent the default behavior. So I'll say event prevent default. And let's write our block. And firstly, I'm gonna get my data. Let's say form data, new form data. I'm gonna pass my event here. And we need to catch our text input. Remember how we are doing this. I will use my form data, and get is gonna be the name of the text input, which is text. And if it's empty, we are not gonna do anything. And if everything is okay, we can send it to our API. So I'll say const response await API request. It's gonna be a post method. Remember, our endpoint is messages, and we are gonna pass our text. And if you remember, we need to pass here our chat ID. Let's say chat.id, and it's gonna return us our message. So using this response, I can update my chat. Remember, it includes all our messages. And at the end of that messages, I'm gonna add one more message. So let's say set chat, get the previous values, write them again, but update messages. I'm gonna return this like that. And again, I'm not gonna touch any messages inside this array. So I will say take all the previous messages and add here one more data, and it's gonna be response data. And after sending our message, we can reset our input. We don't wanna see that message anymore. Event target and reset. Let's try. I'm gonna open right here any message text from client. I'll send it, and as you can see, it's here. And if I refresh the page, you are gonna see that it's inside our database. Perfect, it works. But what about the real-time chatting? When a user sends a message, we cannot see it immediately here. We have to refresh the page. To do that, we have many options to use. You can use any real-time database like Firebase or any others. But I want to teach you Socket.io. It basically allows us to create real-time events on our application. We can send any real-time notifications, we can send messages, or whatever it might be. And it's a really cheap option because we are not using any database. We are collecting all the data inside a pool, and we are listening events. Let's open up the documentation. I'm gonna zoom in. As you can see, we are gonna need a socket server first. And in the client side, as you can see, we are gonna need a library. And using this function, we will be able to connect to the socket server and listen our events. And here we are gonna have two methods, emit and on. Basically, when we try to send anything to other side, we are going to be using the emit function. And when we try to listen any event, we are going to be using the on function. For example, if we use emit and the event name, which is hello, we are going to send this data. And to listen this event, we are going to be using the on method on the client side. And we are going to pass here exactly the same event name, hello. And it's going to return us our data, which is word. So we can use it as we want. And using the same way, we can send any data to our server. Again, if we want to send any message, we are going to be using emit, the event name, and the data. And inside our server, we can listen this event using on. We are going to pass here our event name, and it's going to return us our data, which is stranger. So we can use it here. This is the main idea. So let's install our library and after create our socket server. I'm gonna come here, close everything. I'll open my menu and let's create here one more folder. And I will say socket. I'm gonna create app.js. Let's initialize the Node.js. I'll open my console. Let's actually create new terminal. I'll open up my folder. npm init. And again, we are going to be using Node modules. Just like that. And again, to start your application, you can use node app.js, but it's not going to refresh your application when you make changes. To prevent this, you can install nodemon and run your application using nodemon app.js. But again, I'm going to continue using my extension. Just like that. And I'm going to create my server. To do that, of course, we are going to need our library, npm install socket. Let's run it again. I will import server from socket.io. Just like that. And let's make this uppercase and create our server. I will say const.io. It's going to be a new server. And I'm going to add here my configuration. We can use course and write here our origin. And it's going to be this URL. In this case, only our application can reach this server. And let's create our connection and see how it works. IO on connection. And it's going to return us the socket. And let's see what's inside. So let's open up our console again. And in the client side, we are going to be using this library, npm install and client. And after that, using this method, we are going to connect to our server. We can use it in our profile page, but you might need to use in different components or pages. So I prefer creating my socket in a context. So let's come here, find our context, and I'm going to create one more, and it's going to be socket context. It's going to be JSX, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing here. I'm going to change the name And I'm gonna import socket io-client. And here, instead of current user, I'll say socket. And at the beginning, it's gonna be null, just like that. We don't need any function here. And whenever we visit our website, we are gonna connect to our socket. So I will say IO and our server address, HTTP localhost, and we are gonna need a port number. I forgot to create that. I will say IO listen, let's say 4000. Let's use it here. And right now I can pass this to my provider and I can use it whenever I want. Let's wrap our application. I'm gonna open up the main.js and I'm gonna wrap my app just like that. Let's call our provider. Okay. Right now I can use it on my chat component. Let's call one more use context and we are gonna find our socket from socket context. Just like that. And if I refresh my page, you are gonna see that we are connected. And inside this socket, we have the socket ID. Let's see. As you can see, for each connection, it's gonna give us a unique ID. And again, it's rendering twice because we are using strict mode. Don't worry about that. For the production, it's gonna render only once. So using this socket ID, we can send private messages. Before doing that, let me show you how to create events. I will say socket and on. Remember, when we use on, we are listening. The event name, let's say test, and it's gonna return us a data and we can see it here. So let's use this event name and send a data using our React application. I will create here a button on click test. Let's create this function. We are gonna use it for the test purpose. I'm gonna delete this later. And using my client-side socket, I can send any message. Event name will be test, remember. And we can send here any data. Let's say hi from client. Let's give any text here. Test me. If I click, as you can see, hi from client. And we can do the same thing inside our server. If I say emit, I can send any data to my client. This is how it works. Right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna store all my users using their IDs, because remember, this socket ID is returning a unique ID, but in our application, for example, we are gonna send a message to John5, but we don't know its socket ID. We can store all our users with their IDs. Let's create, and you are gonna understand better. I will create online users. It's gonna be an empty array, and whenever we connect to our server, we are gonna create a new user. Remember how we are listening events, socket on, and let's say new user. And we are gonna get the user ID from the client and save it inside our empty array here. Let's actually create our function here, add user. We are gonna take the user ID and the socket ID. And firstly, I'm gonna check if the user exists inside this array or not. User exists. I'm gonna check my array and try to find this user. And if user user.userid equals this user ID, that means it's already inside the array and it's going to return our user. And I will write here a condition: if user doesn't exist, push it to our array. Online users dot push user ID and socket ID. Let's call this here. By the way, if you have never worked with Socket.io, it might be confusing for you, but as I said, there is only two things: sending events and listening events. Watch the tutorial and try to do it yourself, practice and try to understand, and after creating a project, you are going to understand everything better. I'm going to be using this function and I'm going to pass the user ID that comes from the client. And also remember, inside socket, we have the unique ID. We can use it. Of course, we are going to send user ID. Okay. And what about this connection? If we close our window or tab, we are going to be disconnected. In this case, we should remove our user from this array. To do that, we are going to be using disconnect event. In this case, we are going to need one more function here. Let's say remove user. In this case, we are going to need the socket ID. And using this ID, we can find our user and remove it. Online users. And I'm going to update it. I'm going to filter. And for each user, search for the socket ID. And filter this ID. So it's going to remove our user from the array. Let's use it here. Okay. And right now, using the socket ID inside my array, I can send private messages. To do that, I will need another function here. Let's say get user, user ID. And I'm going to return online users, and I'm going to find my user using this ID. If they are equal, that means this is the user I'm looking for, and it's going to return that user to me. And after finding this user, I can use its unique socket ID and send a private event. Before doing that, let's try to send our message to the server. I don't need this anymore. Remember, we have handle submit function here. I will come here and I will say socket. And remember, when we send any data, we are using the emit function and the event name will be send message. So I can send my message here, but also I'm gonna send the other user's information because we are gonna need its ID. So let's create here object and I will say receiver ID. Remember, it's inside our chat. And also I'm gonna send my message. So let's say data, of course, it's going to be colon. We are using an object and response.data. Let's listen this event in our server on. And the data, remember, we are sending the receiver ID and the message data. And let's use them here. I will say console log. Let's say receiver ID and let's see what's inside. I'm gonna open my chat, write something here. If I send, as you can see, we have the user ID and also we have our message. Let's see. Test, I'll send. And it's here. Right now we can send this data to other user. To do that, we are going to be using io.to and we have to pass here the socket ID that we want to send our message. Remember, we have the get user function here. we can use it and pass our user ID. If I find that user, I can reach the socket ID. So let's get that user first. I will say const receiver get user, and I'm gonna pass this receiver ID and find my user. In this case, I can reach its socket ID and I can send any message. And let's write an event name. I will say get message, and I'm gonna send my data. And again, we are sending data from our server. In order to listen that, we need to use socket.on. So let's create here a use effect and listen our event. I'll say socket, and if there's a socket, we are gonna listen our event. Remember, the event name is get message, and it's gonna return us a data, and we can show this data here. But remember, to see this data, this chat has to be here, because if another user sends a message, we shouldn't see that here. So I'm gonna add here one more condition. If there's a chat, in this case, I should write this as a dependency, and I will write if chat.id equals data.chatID. Because remember, when we send a message, it includes our chat ID. If they are equal, it means it's the same chat, and we can show this message here. And right now, I'm gonna update my chat. I'm gonna take the previous value, and again, I'm gonna write it here, and I'm gonna change my messages. Again, we need to return this like that. And it's an array. I'm gonna leave all the previous messages, and I'm gonna add here the new message. And if we receive this message here, we need to read this on the database, otherwise it's gonna be yellow. So let's create here a function, const read async try catch, and I'm gonna make my request. Await API request is gonna be a put method, chats and read. And also we are gonna pass here our chat ID. Let's open up our route and remember, as you can see, chats, read and ID. Actually, we don't need this response. We are not gonna use it anywhere. And let's call this function after sending our message, just like that. And let's try. I'm gonna open up a private window, and I'm gonna log in. User 5, what was the name? John 5. I'm gonna log in. Okay. Just like that. Let's open up our profile. As you can see, it's yellow because we didn't read this message. If I click, it's gonna read it. But as you can see, it's still yellow because we didn't update here. But if I refresh the page, as you can see, it's not yellow anymore because in our database, we have updated seen by array. To prevent this UI mistake, let's open up our chat component, and here I'm gonna add one more condition, and I will say if chat.id equals this chat ID. So whenever we open it, it's gonna be white. Okay, I'm gonna open my chat and let's write, hi, this is John 5. If I send, oops, it's John and it's not open. As you can see, this is our message. Let's try again. I will say hi. And it's not here. That's because I forgot to send my user data at the beginning. Whenever we connect to socket.io, we need to create a new user. We have an array here. We need to add our user information. To do that, I'm going to open up my context and create here one more use state. And whenever we are connected, we are going to send our user ID. To do that, we are going to need the current user, use context, just like that. And if current user exists, we are going to be using socket. And we are going to pass our user data. Remember, the event name is new user, and we are going to send our user ID here. Current user dot ID. By the way, I set use state. It's going to be use effect. We are going to need the socket here. And let's see again. Let's write here a console log and see. After adding user, I'm going to call online users. I'm going to refresh the page and here. And as you can see, we have two items. This is the first user and this is the second user. Let's try again. I'm going to open and here. By the way, as soon as I open my chat, it returns to white and I'm going to test it. There is a mistake here, by the way. If there is a chat and socket, we are going to listen get message event. We are going to get the data. And if chat ID equals message chat ID, we are going to update our messages. Let's see again. I hope everything is all right. Let's refresh the page. And here, let's open up. I'm going to send a message from John. It's here. Let's say from John 5. But when I send a message or open this chat component, I want to automatically scroll down. To do that, I can create here a div. And whenever I open this component, I can scroll to that div using useEffect. Let me show you and you are going to understand better. Inside my messages here, I'm going to create a div and I'm going to be using ref here. Let's say message and ref. Let's create useRef hook, const message and ref, useRef. I'm going to be using useEffect. And I'm going to write here the chat component because whenever we change it, it's going to run this effect. And using this ref and current, we are going to scroll into view. And we can change its speed using behavior. Let's see right now. I'm going to open and as you can see, perfect. Again, okay, it works. So if I send a message here, it's going to automatically scroll down just like that. And here, let's see. So what about this notification? If we have any unseen messages, we are going to show here a notification. And if I open any unseen message, I'm going to decrease this number. But as you realize, our navbar and this chat component should be related. To prevent any prop drilling, we can use a state management tool. You can use Redux, but I prefer using Zustand. It's much easier to use. By the way, I know its pronunciation is different. It's a German word, but I'm gonna say Zustand. And let's open up its documentation and see how it works. I'm gonna zoom in. We are gonna install this library. And after that, as you can see, we are gonna create a state here. It's gonna include our notification number. And using different actions, you can update this state. As you can see, increased population is gonna take our state and it's updating this variable. At the beginning, it was 0. If I dispatch this action in any component or page, it's gonna increase this number. And if you want to, you can reset, you can add different number. And in our case, I'm gonna create a fetch action. And when we visit our website, it's gonna fetch unseen messages from the database. And using our state, we'll be able to see that number here. This is the idea. Let's copy this. Open up our menu and inside library, let's say notification store. Let's paste. You can change this name. If you have different stores, you may want to use different name. Let's say use notification store. It's really long, but anyway. And I'm gonna add here number. And I'm gonna delete them and create my first action. And it's gonna be fetch. And you can use any async function also. And I will say const response. I'm gonna make a request. And endpoint will be users. And let's say notification. We don't have this yet, but we are gonna create. And after returning this response, we can update this number. So I will say set. The number inside my state will be response.data. And also I'm gonna create one more action here. Decrease. And I'm gonna set my state, take the previous state and return number previous state dot number -1. And you can add any action you want. If you want to, you can reset that. When you dispatch this action, you can set your state and you can make your number 0. Let's write here export const. And before using that, let's create our endpoint, users and notification. I'm gonna open up my menu. Routes, user route, and let's create one more get method and it's gonna be notification. We should be logged in. Get notification number. And let's create it here. I'm gonna use this function, change the name. We are gonna need our user ID, but here we are gonna search for our chats. Prisma chats, find many. And we are gonna pass here our user ID. Remember how we are doing this? It's gonna has our user ID. And also we are trying to find unseen messages. So I can use not here and seen by has, actually let's use has some, and we can pass here our ID. Let's use it here also. And after we are gonna send chats.length. We can use here count also. Let's use it like that. And I will say number and send it here. So let's use our first action. I'm going to be using fetch action and I'm going to get the number. Let's open up our navbar. I'm going to close everything and open up navbar. I will say const fetch equals use notification store. Let's check again. Okay, it's here. State.fetch. Let's call it and see. Of course, we are gonna also need our state. Let's create one more and it's gonna be number. And I can use this number here. As you can see, it's 0, so I can write here a condition. I will wrap here and I will say if the number is bigger than 0. Okay. I'm gonna refresh here, and I'm gonna open up this message and add here one more message. Task notification. I'm gonna send, and if I open up any other page, okay, it's not one. There is something wrong. Okay, it's here and unseen, but we cannot see our notification number. And it says has some is not correct. User IDs should be our user ID. Let's check our user ID. Okay, it's not here. Oh, I said params. It should be request user ID, of course. If I refresh, as you can see, it's 1. Perfect. So right now I can decrease this number. When I open any unseen chat here, it's gonna decrease this number. So again, we are gonna need our state. I'm gonna copy this, open up my chat component, and paste it after this ref, for example. And we are gonna call the decrease method, decrease action. And after opening this chat, I can write here a condition. I will say if response data dot seen by doesn't include our user ID, seen by, that means this chat is unseen. In this case, we can decrease this number. Oops, there is a typo here. Decrease. Let's see, I'm gonna refresh. If I click, as you can see, it's 0 right now, and we cannot see it. And if I refresh again, it's not here anymore. And even if I open this chat, it's not gonna be -1 because we have a condition here. Okay, perfect. Of course, you can add more features, you can send some images in the chat, but for this kind of application, I don't think we need to send any image. This basic chat is more than enough, but in the future, I plan to create another tutorial, and in that tutorial, we can add more features like different notifications, sending different data, group chats, calling or sending voice records. And that's all. We have finished our project. If I make any changes, you can find it in the GitHub repository. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev social media accounts. You can support Lama Dev by joining the channel or using the link in the description below. You can join my React.js master course waitlist. It's gonna be in the description. And that's all. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.